All right, everybody, breaking news. Breaking news report came in. You got an update. Charlie Kirk has been shot at a Utah speaking event, and it is not good. It is not good. At first I saw it, and it didn't look right, like the video, but then new video has come out. There's a suspect in custody. Yeah, Charlie Kirk speaking at a Turning Point USA event in Chicago. There's the guy that did it. Here's the video right now. Right away. No doubt. Wait, let's just play the regular full speed video. If we can. Check in, let me know where you're tuned in from. Let me know where you're tuned in from if you could. Hot base, here you go.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
So it's without a doubt.
Go, run! Oh!
Counting or not counting gang
It's without a doubt.
Oh my god. Go!
It's bad, okay? And I don't know, I'm not going to play the one that's closer, because the one there is closer up, and I did repost it, so you guys can watch it on my X if you want to. You can pull it up, but he's shot in the neck, and its blood is literally like gushing out like immediately. So I don't know if he's gonna make it from this, to be honest, from what happened. So, and you guys can watch that yourself. I'm not gonna play that one on the stream, but I just reposted it on my social media platform. But that is what's going on today. Charlie Kirk shot in a Utah speaking event in Utah, at Utah University. So, gun violence continues. And gun violence continues. It seems like it has no, it has no side of who's the victim of it. Kids, right-wingers, left, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It continues, though. Political violence just continues to get worse and worse. But Ocean Defender posted it, and you can watch it if you yourself. I posted it. I reposted it. The fact that it happened at Utah Valley University, exactly. Utah. This happened in Utah, y'all. I don't want to hear about it being any type of, this has happened in a left city. It's happened in a left wing. No, it's happened in Utah. One of the most right-wing states, right-wing places you can be in America. Like a haven of right-wing. All over. The whole thing. Okay? And he was shot there. Let's continue to get into more. It's going to be tough to get into this without going into the to the video that shows it, but it is graphic. It is right up, straight up. I'll just tell you, like, he shot from, I can show you the distance one, but he shot, and then blood is literally like gushing out, and he's like hunched over. That's basically how I can like try to explain to you what is in the video, but it's pretty graphic and pretty obvious. He was critically shot in the neck. Yeah, I'm not trying to, but this is X now, so it's just gonna keep popping up. But if I see that specific video, here's the suspect who's in custody. Yeah, it's bad. Old grandpa shot him, I guess. I don't know what type of narrative the right's gonna cook up for this one. I need a slow motion one.
Not counting gang.
And that's the one I'm trying to avoid. I'm quick with it now. I've learned over time. So Andrew Piscaldo at Turning Point USA event, shot rang out. I got down. I didn't see Charlie after. An organizer close to Charlie's position said he was shot in the neck, which the video confirms. There's for sure a confirmation. It's without a doubt. Democrats posted from Ken Martin, I'm horrified by the news coming out of Utah about the attack on Charlie Kirk. Political violence has no place in our country, not now and not ever. Praying for him and his family. Praying for him and his family from Ken Martin. You also have Gavin Newsom, who made a statement. You can have a ton of all the right-wing accounts will make statements. So, Governor Gavin Newsom, the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. I respect Gertis. This is the right statement from every politician. I asked him where his statement from the mass shooting in Minnesota was anyways, but that's a whole other topic. Funny how we're gonna have, no, I'm just gonna say it. I don't care. This is my stream. Funny how we're gonna have a bunch of right wingers that are gonna rage post this. Which honestly, go ahead, for sure. It's bad. It's bad, but nothing on the mass shooting in Minnesota unless they could craft a narrative about the shooter, which wasn't even legitimate at all. But yet the kids getting killed in school, in class, in my home state got nothing, nothing at all, still nothing. So it's like, it's selective. You're selective about it. Yeah, not breaking news. Charlie Kirk was shot during a speaking event. He's in critical condition. Yeah, I'm not. Golly, it's bad. I'm gonna try to. Yep. Everyone's posting it. Everyone is posting. There's less rules on X than there is on other social media platforms now. So that's why I can, share things. Yeah, you can share things that you can't make it to Facebook or, okay, gotta get past it. It's bad. Be careful what you post online. It's, well, yeah, it is what it is. Pray for Charlie, pray for our country, from Scott Jennings. There's the guy responsible for it. Hakeem Jeffries, political violence is never acceptable. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family. Conservative youth activist Charlie Kirk has been shot during an event at a Utah Valley University. According to law enforcement sources, suspect is in custody, according to school alert. Political violence is never acceptable. Link, you got my X account, guru_Merc. I'm not sharing a link. You can go to my X. It's on my X account, so you got to find it. You got to follow me and look at it. Netanyahu posted about him. Not surprising. That's his favorite. Everyone's sick right now. Insane news. Hoping for the best for Charlie Kirk and all my American friends. Candace Owen says, everyone stop what you're doing and pray for Charlie Kirk. GOP account. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. That's not, not, but doesn't deserve to be shot. Charlie Kirk shooting is beyond horrific. Legitimately disgusted at the broken state of this country. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, are you disgusted every day? You should be. Pray right now for Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson. Pray with everything you have. Get down on your knees and pray. Prayers will do it. You know what? Prayers help every time, for sure. Yep. Oop, this might be the one. Maybe Charlie Kirk shouldn't have spent years being a hateful, demagogic fascist, and this wouldn't have happened. Maybe he should take some personal responsibility. Oof. Could be the one. You got a response. This is disgusting. You can still delete it. Response. I will not. You're all a bunch of weak, un-American traitors. We used to be a country that knew how to handle fascists. All of you would be fucking goose-stepping in World War II. Oof. That's the one. All of his psychophantic little fans should stand by y'all's principles. This is the world y'all wanted. Y'all started everything, and now you want to cry? All of you are weak.
Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty.
Take it from his own words.
Driving
Wow.
comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year.
So I guess having unrestricted access to weapons, it comes with a price. I guess that's what happens.
You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving...
Yeah, this guy does this shit all day long. Talks about how women should be owned by their men. Like, his view of women should be that women are like a slave to the man, and they're only made for producing babies. They're only meant for producing babies. He is the worst. He's the worst, but that doesn't justify being shot in the fucking neck. But like, he creates the very world that he's in. He plays with that very world that is a part of like what happened to him today, and there's no other way to put it. And anyone that's gonna like blame liberals or left people that are against him politically for him being shot is a clown. Anyone that plays that game, it's the game he plays himself and the world he puts himself in with his own rhetoric and designed lifestyle that he's trying to put on other people, or was. I don't know. We'll see. The lifestyle he was advocating for was a lifestyle that is not of freedom. It's of like of personal enslavement.
Speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen.
Take it from his own words. It will not happen. It'll never happen. You'll never get gun violence to zero, I guess.
You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools.
Yes. Why didn't Charlie Kirk have armed guards at the Utah event? Did he have armed guards? Did it help?
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death.
He was making it like it is what it is before he was shot.
That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal.
Guns are a God-given right. God said Americans, when America becomes a country later in the future of existence, they will be given the right to own firearms. That's what God said. It's in the Bible too. It's in it's in I don't even know what book it's in, but it's like, you know, America will be allowed to have guns. Proclamation. It's in like the second half.
It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
I can't play I'm not playing the video because it's bad, but it looks like it. Okay? It looks really bad. It look like he's at least in the most critical condition possible. But yeah, he was shot. I'm not playing it because it's like egregious. I didn't play the video of the murder of Arena. I'm not doing it with Charlie either. Okay? He's shot. I played the one from the distance where you hear the gunshot. I can maybe do that part, but I'm not playing the up close one because there's a video up close of like, and he's shot in the neck and blood is immediately gushing out and he like hunches over and like falls over. So it's not good. And you can watch it on X. I'm not playing it on stream. You're going to have to come to X and watch it. Like here, just the sound, just the sound. Okay, it zooms in. Okay, it zooms in on Charlie Kirk. You can't see anything. You can see him like hit, but here's just the sound. I'm gonna play it like this.
Counting or not counting gang
Oops.
violence?
Oh my God. Go, run.
So that's the sound from it. You can go back and watch the video yourself.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God. Go, run. Oh.
Mayor Karen Bass, I'm absolutely disgusted by today's attack on Charlie Kirk. Political violence in all forms is unacceptable and reprehensible. We must all reject it. Please pray. After Charlie Kirk was doing race baiting agitprop yesterday. You know? Oh God, my bad. It's all over here. Charlie Kirk up. Yeah, it's all over. Oop. Here you go. Here's the kid. Here's the students running from it. Yeah, he definitely was hit with the rifle. It was something that I don't know if that old dude was in the military before. I don't know any details of the shooter yet. We gotta wait for a little bit more time to pass. But he was shot in a spot that is, you got an artery right there. I know that's where he was shot. You said Charlie was shit talking Mormons a couple weeks ago in Utah. Oof. Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck. So what to know? Conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot near the neck Wednesday during a student Q&A at a Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, according to bystander accounts. What to know? Kirk was reportedly shot near the neck while seated during a live Q&A session. Eyewitnesses says he fell from his chair as shots were fired, and if you watch the video I reposted, you can see that. An evacuation of the UVU campus was initiated following reports of an active shooter. U.S. Senator Mike Lee posted that he is monitoring the situation and urged prayers for Kirk. Multiple local sources have confirmed the shooting, but local details remain limited. Here comes the martial law in a red state. Why wasn't the National Guard activated? You think red states should have the National Guard after this now? Send the National Guard to Utah. I am in shock and praying for Charlie Kirk's survival and recovery. Nah, he's yeah, I agree. That's probably the take. He's dead. If you watch the video, he's not. There's no way. Like they would have needed someone to immediately apply pressure to what happened, and it didn't. Like it's bad. Got Dean Withers. Gun violence is never okay. Keep Charlie Kirk in your prayers. Cryptic Peptide says the part of the Bible that says having a firearm is a God-given right in the U.S. is next to the part about King Saul demanding 200 foreskins from David. Nice. This guy assassinated 2 politicians back in June, and it seemed like we were moved on by July. Exactly. That's the one. Havoc is one of my favorite accounts now on X. They're a veteran, Army engineer vet. Followed him from Ukraine war postings. Based. Just can't stop with the based posts. We had assassinations in Minnesota. We just had a mass shooting in Minnesota involving kids that fucked me up beyond belief. That I couldn't stream for a little bit here, and I'm back now, but I needed a break. Nothing. I didn't even think they posted about this. So Charlie Kirk, martyr. This guy murdering politicians in their homes, their family, and their dog. Nothing. Silence, crickets. MSNBC openly speculating that this may have been a supporter shooting off their gun in celebration. What?
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have.
Well, I mean, if they don't know, they never know. The social media finds out first, always. It's always been like that. Tim Pool, Charlie brother, I am praying for you. You're a good man and have been so good to me and my crew. So good to me and my crew. Charlie Kirk, Anna Kasparian. Charlie Kirk was reportedly shot in an event. Horrific, disgusting, and terrifying. I hope he's okay and recovers soon. He won't. And pass the video. It's literally hold on. It's here. I'm gonna keep it here and not play it. Okay. Whoops. I don't want it to play. I don't want it to play. Let me try to show you how up close so you guys can see on this. It's definitive, but I'm not playing it. All right. From this frame. It's a very up close video that, and you hit play, you see what happens. It's not good. Okay. But that's how close the frame is. And then you can see him shot. It's without a doubt. It's not like there's misinformation and we're trying to dance around it. It is blatant up front in your face, and you can see it, and it's not good. Let me move this video so it doesn't play. Yeah. The close-up video, Charlie Kirk is insane. The man is dead. Yeah. He's gonna be in a coma if I don't even know how you recover from that. I really don't. The left is the party of murder. This is why, bro, the same, and then Charlie Kirk engages in the same shit too before he was shot. The left happens in Utah. This is sick and despicable attack. I am praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. Please join me. Well, if you wonder why I've been calling out Civil War LARPers for the past decade, that was it, literally. A genuinely good and nice man, wonderful husband, and doting dad. This is horrific. Yeah, the ones in this country that advocate for the most restrictive policies and biased lifestyle that's so hyper fascist is a genuinely good and nice man. For sure. Charlie Kirk was apparently shot in the neck at an event in Utah today. As of this time, his status and whether he is alive or dead is unknown. Absolutely terrifying and disgusting stuff, says David Packman. Well, this was what Charlie Kirk was doing before. He was probably dead now. The left accuses conservatives of radicalizing the death of Irina Zarutska while making sure to capitalize the word black, while not capitalizing the other inferior color of white. So, all day long, Charlie Kirk breathed this vile bullshit every day. And I think, you know, it comes back to you, unfortunately. I mean, not unfortunately. I mean, I don't know. That this energy that you put out there comes back in some way. So I didn't want to read out loud and really put too much energy into the mass shooter of Minneapolis because of the hate that we were reading was beyond even what we just read there. And it was like evil, like bad. So when you put that out there into the world and you spew hatred all day long about everything and try to craft a lifestyle that is only fit for Christian, fascist, white nationalists. That, I mean, you reap what you sow. Doesn't justify having political violence in America, but we've had political violence now for so long. And people condemn and people will say all this shit, and it's like we've been like this now. This is America. What's that? Hold on, what's that? What's that song? What's that? How's it go again? Hey, say it from. Song came out 7 years ago. It's almost got 1 billion views now. I wonder why. Yeah, he was a racist. Yeah, all that. The most bigoted, one of the most bigoted person alive in America. Elon Musk said the shot looked real bad, but I sure hope Charlie Kirk makes it somehow. Makes it somehow. He's dead. What a week, huh? Nope. Some days there are weeks of, what is it? What's the saying? There's days, weeks, or what is it? Months. There's a saying there. I can't remember it. The USA is really that fucked, huh? I mean, what do you mean, bro? Kids were killed in school praying like 2 weeks ago, and we moved on. I didn't, but the world did. Nobody like actually cares about solving problems. Actually, they just want to grift farm it on social media because it gives you money, and that's it. And then you go on to the next one. Charlie Kirk, conservative internet commentator and outspoken advocate for Zionism, has been shot at one of his events. It's certainly a way to write that. United States has a political instability of 1990s Eastern Europe. Probably bad. Self-inflicted. Charlie Kirk seen bleeding heavily after apparent gunshot wound to neck. AP. If you see the video, yes. Representative Jamie Raskin condemning another absolutely disgraceful act of gun violence. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family in this terrible moment. We're all grateful for first responders who immediately jumped into action. We must categorically reject all violence in our society. He said hate is spreading like wildfire. It's already spread. We're on fire. Well, the fire is burning. We're taking damage. We've been taking damage. Fire damage for years now. We're already in this. It's not like, oh God, we're going into a bad direction. We're in the bad direction, and we've been in the bad direction. I mean, I don't know how many more shootings I need to cover for you guys before it's like, hey, I don't. Maybe something should be done about gun violence in America. Nope. Hey, thoughts and prayers. Whoa, buddy, have you thought about the NRA? Whoa. Have you thought about how the NRA feels? Today, an old boomer murdered a young husband and father for speech he didn't agree with. I wasn't even a huge Charlie Kirk fan. This is disgusting, praying for his family. It's not, this isn't sports. I can't stand, this is making things into team sports. I can't stand that. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan. We ain't cheering for the Vikings out here. We keep brushing out political violence and remain baffled when it keeps happening. Oof. Another cook. He's cooking. The madness has got to stop. I can't believe we live in a country this violent and completely out of control. Believe it. What do you mean? I can't, bro. I can't stand people. Believe it. We're in that. Kids were killed literally a week ago, and that happens a lot. No, we've already gone past the point of like accepting kids being murdered in school. Kids are literally having to hide under their desk from bullets right now, as we speak. Not like this moment we're speaking right now, but like probably next week or this week or coming up, we'll have another shooting at some school. Talking about like, I can't believe this. Can't believe it. We'll just talk about how much we can't believe what's happening and how sick we are, but then do nothing about it. And then we'll just talk about how sick and disgusted we are, and then we'll move on, and then we'll talk about how sick and disgusted we are again like 6 months later. And then do nothing. This feels like a nightmare, one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. I feel absolutely gutted and devastated. Pray for Charlie Kirk's soul, his young family, and our country. The violence and hatred has to stop. Our country needs Christ now more than ever. From Nick Fuentes, Nazi, LLC. So I'm not, that's why I'm rejecting a lot of that. There's a lot of this shit. The very people that engage in this shit that resulted in Charlie's death. And then push the Nazi, fascist, hyper right-wing, Christian nationalist nonsense all day long. And then now they want to take a moment, and then this is actually an opportunity to bring more people into their shit. Unfortunately, that's what's going to happen. There's going to be people that go, "Oh wow, I'm sick and disgusted from this," and then they go into Nick Fuentes' group, and now they become a groiper. And now they're going to become, I don't know. There's not going to be any good news or miracles coming out of this attack on Charlie Kirk. That round completely severed his carotid artery. He was likely dead within seconds of hitting the ground. I will, just like Charlie Kirk has been helping Ukraine in his thoughts, and I can't repost that shit yet. I will, like, later. This is going to be Biden's fault somehow. Absolutely horrific. Keep Charlie Kirk in your thoughts and prayers. Yep. We'll keep Charlie Kirk in our thoughts as much as he has for everyone else. That's the shooter. Don't have any more information. He said I have the right to remain silent. Knows his rights. Nah, this dude's probably like an old cop or an old veteran. Sick and tired of it. Reiki, multiple people shot. Weird. Weird. What did I say? Well, my bad. I predicted it, I guess. Weird. Multiple people shot at Evergreen High School in Jefferson County, Colorado. My bad. I didn't know this was happening. Weird. Weird. 3 critically wounded in shooting at Denver Metro Area High School. Right now. Right now. What the fuck?
Sheriff's Department that are actually just walking in, so we're about to get a little more information about where
Incredible.
we are right now. Seems State Patrol arrived, so we now have state resources.
Incredible work.
And we also have drones flying as well. As we mentioned, this is our media staging. This is likely to be a command post and center as well. For the time being, we have reporters of our own that are trying to get a little bit closer to the high school and really just trying.
So now we have a high school shooting today.
At this point, I mean, this is the early going in this, and I know there's probably a lot of people at home, especially people that live up in this area, that might be a little afraid, might be a little on edge, trying to figure out what you can get as quickly as you can get it.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Times where we're going to try and be as deliberative as we can with the information that we give out. We don't want to put rumors out. We don't want to jump the gun on any type of reporting, because we want to make sure that the people that are at home, that have family members, that have people that are close to them, that are at this high school, to make sure everything is as accurate as possible. And I know in these types of situations, it can get a little frustrating if you are at home and they'll come to us, or we'll go out into the field and we might not have more information than the last time you saw us. But that's because what information we're hearing in the field, we're vetting, we're trying to talk to and confirm with second sources and third sources, because we want to make sure that everybody at home, that everyone that's watching at home on their phones, on their TVs, has as much up-to-date information, but the most accurate information as possible, because that's the important component of this. PIOs are here. They're probably going to answer some questions, so we're going to toss it back to you guys so we can get in position for this, okay?
All right, Andrew, thank you. We appreciate you, and we'll check back with you in just a little bit.
So, new school shooting today. At least 2 students were wounded in a Wednesday shooting at a high school in the Denver metro area. According to Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, the shooting took place just after noon at Evergreen High School. The school is located at 29300 Buffalo Park Road in Evergreen, which is 28 miles southwest of Denver. Jefferson County Emergency Communications said there are reports of an active assailant in the area of Evergreen High School. The sheriff's office said at least 2 students have been shot. St. Anthony's Hospital said there are 3 patients there in critical condition. It's still an active scene, and authorities asked those with students at the school not to go directly to the school at this time. A teacher told CBS Colorado that they're on lockdown with some students inside a room in the school. School district provided an update around 1:30 p.m. that the reunification center will be located at Bergen Meadow Elementary School. As of 1:45 p.m., students could be seen exiting the school in a single file line. This is a developing story. So while we're talking about Charlie Kirk being shot, I had no idea that there was an actual school shooting happening. Within the last hour, at least 2 students shot in an active shooter situation at Evergreen High School. At least 2 students have been shot in an active shooter situation at Evergreen High School this afternoon. The school is about 28 miles southwest of Denver. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says at least 2 students have been shot and are on the way to the hospital. A spokesperson for Common Spirit St. Anthony Hospital said the hospital in Lakewood is treating 3 critical patients right now. The spokesperson did not know the ages of those being treated. Authorities have not released more details on the shooting. Parents are being asked to go to Bergen Meadow Elementary School at 1928 Highwind Drive to reunify with their students. Jesus Christ, dude. Another day in America, right? We're so cooked. GG's. I told you guys, GG's. Like, America's done. We're done. We had our run. And it's over. I think it's over. We're like, we're not like about to fall. We're like in the downfall. Like, America's like, it's not like, oh no, it's about to go like that. It's like, we are literally like this. Right into the shitter. And then you're going to have Russia or China be like the #1 country in the world. And we're all going to be under fascism. Yeah, probably Russia, because they can like enforce the warfare part of it. And then you'll have like China as like the economic powerhouse. And America will just be like a proxy state to those countries. To the east, actually, at this point. Think before you post, please. Source tells me Charlie is stable, please God. Well, in what world? They just shot Charlie Kirk, a married man. I don't. Marjorie's. I don't. Secretary Sean Duffy, Rachel and I are complete utter shock. We don't know what else to do at this moment other than to pray for a miracle for this devoted Christian father and patriot. Jesus, King of the universe. Please wrap your loving arms around Charlie Kirk and his young family. King of the universe. Jesus would reject that. So would God. These fucking people they don't even know their religion, dude. Here's a video of them arresting the Charlie Kirk shooter.
The guy that just shot him.
This is the guy that shot him?
So that's the shooter being carried away. Yeah, the shooter's alive. Not Charlie Kirk. It's not. It's highly likely no. But Charlie Kirk is very likely dead.
This is the guy that shot him?
Oh, I don't know how the right wing. No, the right will just frame it as leftist shooter, even though it's an old white dude who knew his rights too, because he was on his knees. He was like, "I'm not speaking. I know I have the right to remain silent," like immediately. But also, you got a big contingent of the right that view Charlie Kirk as like and the left, far left, but like Charlie Kirk is like owned by Israel. So you got like that going on too in the fringe right. So that is the shooter being carried away. I guess I'll share that since I already posted. The video itself. Are we definitely going to see Trump admin push for gun control soon? You think so? Did they blame Ukraine yet? Charlie Kirk was shot today at UVU.
I saw Charlie Kirk get shot. He collapsed in his seat. He fell over to the side. He was carried off. He had blood on his arms. He had blood on his shirt. He was dragged off and carried out of the venue. There was a gunshot that rang out.
You okay?
No, I'm not okay. I saw someone get shot today.
Yeah.
After Charlie Kirk was shot during a Turning Point USA event in Utah Valley University, Elon Musk has officially declared that the left is the party of murder. Okay. Nobody's looking to Elon Musk for his takes anymore, other than his own app. Charlie Kirk says gun deaths unfortunately worth it to keep Second Amendment. Oof. That's the one. That'll do it. Let me save that one. All the shit they advocate for all day long like comes back to haunt them, I guess, huh? And then they blame their political enemies. Is that the strat? The very hatred and vitriol you put out into the world, and then when other hateful shit happens, you say, "Oh, it's just a part of life. It's just part of life, bro. Can't do anything about it. Praise God. Praise God, though. It's just life. It just happens." I guess it was unfortunate. Charlie Kirk's probable death is just unfortunate. So it was worth it to keep the Second Amendment, though. Sorry. So I'm just going off of the previous rhetoric from other conservatives and MAGA before this one. Why are you going to change now? Clearly, it is dangerous to be an outspoken conservative. Oh my God. It's the sports journalist that went right wing. Charlie Kirk is a courageous voice who has inspired many and changed many minds for the worse. Is it more like poisoned the minds and plagued the minds of many? Charlie Kirk is one of the finest humans I know. You know, if Donald Trump Jr. is saying that he's one of the most finest humans I know, that's not a good thing. Pray. Liz Collin, follow Minneapolis lady, wife of the old police union guy in Minneapolis. Jack Pizzagate's guy who told me to go step on a landmine while I was in Ukraine says pray for Charlie Kirk.
I'm seeing X and getting reports just like everyone else is regarding Charlie Kirk and a potential incident which took.
Your audio sucks. I don't care anymore. In the United States, Charlie Kirk, a close ally of Trump and the leader of the conservative youth organization Turning Point, was shot. Kirk supported Trump during the elections. He actively criticizes liberal ideas and speaks out against financial aid to Ukraine. Here's Kirk's quotes about Ukraine. Zelensky was illegally elected. Why are we supporting a country that most people can't even find on a map? Eastern Ukraine is historically Russian territory. Ukraine is shelling separatist territory. There are U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. Just some of Charlie Kirk's greatest hits about geopolitics. I mean, that's just geopolitics, though. Like, that's not even to start with his domestic American takes on the restrictive, fascist, just get fucked, basically, politics of the right wing. I know it's all lies, but that's what Charlie Kirk put out there. That's what Charlie Kirk put out into the ether every single day. And I think when you put that shit out like that, you can have like your opinions that could be contrasting to the mainstream take, I guess. You can have different opinions, it's fine. But when you like purposely lie and are putting out like egregious lies nonstop, I think it comes back to you. I think that energy, unfortunately, is reciprocated in very bad ways. I don't make the rules of life. I don't agree with anything Charlie Kirk says, but I will never, not ever condone politically motivated violence of any kind. Nobody will say that. No, that's not what. It's not even what is being. It's not even being condoned. It's like what I mean when if you had in 1930s Germany, when you had fascist speakers before Hitler took power, when Hitler was speaking in beer halls and shit. I mean, they're doing the same thing. Charlie Kirk and others like him are doing the exact same thing every single day, but not in beer halls. They're doing it on their social media. You had young Hitler in the 30s going into pubs, and he'd get on the tables of the pub tables and then speak and do like Charlie Kirk shit. The most important part about World War II was 1930s. I mean, obviously what led up to it. It's not like World War II just like happened, like immediately. Like, oh, Hitler born, and it was the shit that led up to it, and the rhetoric that the Nazi Germany was putting out there, leading up to the invasion of Poland. Yeah, the video is crazy. You can find it on my X. I'm not playing it though for obvious reasons. We also have a school shooting at Evergreen High School in Jefferson County, Colorado. Let's check in with that really quick. So Charlie Kirk shot today, but also a school shooting at Evergreen High School in Jefferson County. At least 2 students were shot at Evergreen High School Wednesday afternoon and have been transported to a hospital, according to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office confirmed the shooting in a social media post at 1:14 p.m. Parents are being directed. Okay, so we haven't gotten any further yet on the Evergreen High School shooting. Charlie Kirk advocated against gun control and claimed that some gun deaths are fair and acceptable price to pay. Is it? Please, Speaker Mike Johnson, please join us in praying for our good friend Charlie Kirk. Oof. Dark. Jackson Hinkle praying for Charlie Kirk. All the worst people you know are praying today. What does that tell you? The sad reality that sporadic violence and terrorism will increasingly become the same guy who literally is like a propagandist for every enemy country we have. Literally like went to Russia and got paid to go do propaganda, like driving around in a tank, go to kill Ukrainians. Yeah, this sporadic violence and terrorism will increasingly become regular occurrence. We are in the lead up to another American Civil War. Oh, I mean, you all have been just saying that for the past 3 years. I mean, it is what it is. More and more political violence will follow until it reaches its climactic point. The illusion of liberal democracy is eroding. The illusion. Damn. So, I mean, I know I was born in the early 90s, but I mean, a few generations got to experience liberal democracy in America, more than a few. And they still have all the power and money. But they got to experience it, and it went well. Had a good run until fascism came. It's really what it is. Not for everyone, obviously. Everyone's going to be in different economic situations, and that's where you got to focus on local politics and make sure that everyone has the proper, or not everyone is set up at least properly, or has the resources. At least the access to the resources if they need them. America is an insanely violent nation. Charlie Kirk shooting is the 46th school shooting so far this year. They took the video down? Who did? Did X take the video down? Let me look. No, it didn't. It's on my, I'm looking at it right now. No, it's on my, I retweeted it. No, it's the second post down, well, third post, because I have a pinned post. So I reposted the video of the shooter, but then the next post down is the video that's up close. It's still there. Still there. So obviously go there and click the play button on your own, at your own desire, your own will. On X or Discord? On X. An open forum for political dialogue and disagreement was upended by a horrific act of targeted violence. In America, we don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. I'm praying for Charlie, his family, and his young children. All messages from all Democratic politicians that you would never, ever see from any Republican. And that needs to be spoken into existence, actually. That is the political take. Obviously, Charlie Kirk's whole entire repertoire of politics, but the vast difference in responses to political violence in America are night and day between the Democratic politicians and then and Trump and MAGA and Republicans. It is literally different. You got none of this from when we had the assassinations in Minnesota. And you didn't have this from the mass shooting until they could make it about trans hate. And focus on gun violence violence in America bad. No, it was trans people did it. It is time. It is started. This is your wake up call. Oh boy. Is it? Charlie Kirk in critical condition after shooting, source says. We paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk. Oof. Etsy witches did it? Trying to figure out what the narrative's going to be. This nation is sick. Yeah, it's the shit you engage with. There's tons of the video being posted. Kiev Post says he's dead. Why are we looking at Kiev Post for American news? And Kiev Post I don't like Kiev Post. Kiev Independent is way better, in my opinion. Less than a minute ago, disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. Democrats condemn shooting and political violence. Democratic governors and figures took to the social media site X to announce the shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah today and political violence. Governor News. I'm reading them all to you guys. Josh Shapiro condemned the attack, calling a post horrifying. Political violence, no place in our country. Echoing other governors, Maryland Governor Wes Moore said he condemns the shooting in the strongest possible terms. As I've said in the past, and I will continue to say, political violence is never acceptable ever. Former Vice President Kamala Harris said the events of today deeply disturbed her. Here it is. I'm deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family. Let me be clear, political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we must all work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence. It's like the same. I mean, I get it. It's a better message than the Republicans send when there's political violence. However, it's like, this is, you know, we're just in the cycle of it. It's almost like now that's going to become the new thoughts and prayers, is we condemn the political violence, and then political violence has no place in America. That's new. That's the new thoughts and prayers. Charlie Kirk was answering a question about transgender mass shooters in America seconds before he was shot. Oof. Seconds before Charlie Kirk was shot, he was heard on video answering a question about transgender mass shooters in America. I'm an audience member. Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the past 10 years? Charlie Kirk, too many. The same audience member went on to say the number is 5 and proceeded to ask if Charlie Kirk knows how many mass shooters there have been in America over the past 10 years. And then he goes, counting or not counting gang violence? And then bang. I mean, what a way to go out with that. And that's what you're arguing at the end. You're arguing that there's an epidemic of trans mass shooters, that's literally lying. And then you're shot by an old white dude. That's like, I know what, actually I believe in God now. I am a Christian again. I'm back. I'm going to church on Sunday after this one. That you can't make that up. Utah Valley University closes campus and cancels classes until further notice. We haven't had an act from God in so long. Here's what we're hearing from notable figures from the GOP and the Trump administration. I mean, I thought God was like taking a few days off or something. I was like, what the heck? Here's what we're hearing from notable figures from the GOP and the Trump administration as I'm reading them out. New York Times is saying old man isn't the suspect, actually. Where are they saying I haven't seen anyone determine the person was taken into the custody of shoot. Oh, just 9 minutes ago. So do they have the shooter then? The police have determined that a person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Trotter, university spokesman. University had earlier said the suspect was in custody. Well, the shooter is still out there then? Okay, wow. Did they really post it up close on New York Times like this? Oh my God. Hold on.
There have been in America over the last 10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oof. Jesus. Doesn't show the, yeah, I'm not even going to play that. It doesn't show what happens after, but goodness. It's on New York Times. Yeah, it's definitely a rifle. It wasn't a handgun. Well, is the real shooter in custody? Okay, a suspect is in custody, but it's not the old guy that we saw. So, okay, there is a suspect in custody. It's just not the old guy that's been shared around all over the place. Yeah, I got on. Yeah, I'll do that. We got new information in the past 10 minutes. Yep. Yeah, I did. So I had liked and retweeted that video of them carrying that old guy that said that he was the suspect, and I just undid that. So new information comes in like that. I don't think we haven't posted anything about the facts of what's going on yet, so we're okay there. But when I'm live though, it's pretty fluid, so things change. That's why we don't make postings that last forever until we get all the information. Shout out to Mod Nikki and our mod team. Very good idea. So we don't have the identity of the shooter yet. So what I do have for you guys, and I'm still not playing it, is the video up close showing it. You can only find that on X. And you can only find that on X from OSINT Defender posted it straight up. But the video of the old guy is not relevant because he's not the suspect, according to New York Times reporting. And that just came out within the last 10 minutes. But the shooter is in custody according to the college. Former U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a Democrat, posted that the horrific shooting on today at the Utah Valley University is reprehensible. It's on Facebook too. Yeah, he's probably dead. I can't like for sure say yes for sure he's dead, but if you watch the video, I don't think you live from that. Ironically, Nancy Pelosi was attacked by the same people that would have said, "Oh, I mean, it is what it is." Remember Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked with the hammer? And then all Charlie Kirk and others just laughed. And they made memes about it, actually. They did memes right away. Former Representative Gabrielle Giffords, who was wounded in 2011 shooting in Arizona, said she was horrified to hear of Kirk's shooting. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, a Democrat and potential national candidate, said we must speak with moral clarity. The attack on Charlie Kirk is horrifying, and his growing type of unconscionable violence cannot be allowed in our society. A fire was set at his house. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who was the subject of a kidnapping plot, said on social media that we should all come together to stand up against all and any forms of political violence. 2 men were in prison for their 2020 plot to kidnap the governor during her first term. Or how about the rhetoric of MAGA in general? From the President of the United States himself, personally retweeting a video of a hog-tied Joe Biden to his social media. This was like this was like in 2023, I think. Oh, early March of 2024. Remember the hog-tied Joe Biden truck that the right wing was like, hell yeah, this is what I want. Hell yeah, this is the America I want to be in. And now they're all sick and disgusted today. That's why they're hypocrites, guys. Just they're all hypocritical. Like they're sad and want emotions and feelings today because it's Charlie Kirk. When it's literally anyone else or their perceived political opponents, they could give a and they're making memes. Actually, they do memes. They don't care, let alone give any thought or any prayer. I don't even think they have the. I don't even think they have the image in the. You see here. No, the hog-tied Joe Biden. There you go. Guys, political violence has no place in America. Can't believe this is happening. Can't believe this is happening. What's causing this to happen? Man, dude. Wow. Can't believe this. What's happened to America? This is like every day, dude. Go back to 2011 with the Obama memes that the right wing were doing. Go to those, because I remember those vividly. When Obama, they had Obama dressed up as Osama bin Laden and shit. And that's like their politics, though. They don't do anything else. There's no other policies. There's nothing else. It's not like you can say, well, they're just hyperbolic in the memes. They're really out to help us. They're just triggering. No, this is their politics. There's nothing else. The policies are take all your money and give it to the other rich people. That's the economic policies. I have not seen one politician comment on the high school shooting today. No, I haven't either. You don't need to make a statement saying you agree. Or, oh, no, you can. No, actually you do. Disagree. Full disagree. You can just say that nobody deserves to be shot for exercising their right to free speech. You can say both. Both are good. Both is fine. You can both criticize Charlie Kirk's rhetoric that he consistently puts out into the world all the time, and condemn the political violence. You can literally do both. Oh, it's getting posted now. At least 2 students have been shot at Evergreen High School in Evergreen, Colorado. Now it made the news 19 minutes ago. 3 people are in critical condition after shooting at Evergreen High School in Evergreen, Colorado. According to St. Anthony's Hospital, at least 2 of the victims are students. According to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Evergreen is located roughly 28 miles southwest from Denver. But also, like, shut the fuck up, Cam. Yeah, we're done. Like, we're not gonna agree to this. Like, gun violence that's actually a good take. And then you go, let people grieve before you use this to push the truth. Let people cry before you say the truth, okay? Come on. You disgust me. Yeah, man, let people be victims and cry before you say truthful things. Did he die? I'm waiting for confirmation on that. Like, for sure, 100% confirmation. And any further information on the high school shooting, too. So we don't know if Charlie Kirk is dead for sure, but you can come away from that assumption from the video. Let's see. I don't want to buy this. The shot was from 200 yards away. Yeah, definitely someone that knew how to fire the rifle. So here's the facts right now. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been shot at a campus event in Utah. Kirk, an influential ally of President Trump, is known for holding open-air debates on campuses across the country. A suspect was taken into custody but later released. The university says the shot was fired from around 200 yards away. And yeah, and right into the, that's, I mean, you're a sharpshooter. He was shot in the neck. He's at the hospital. It doesn't look good, says Maria Minus from Turning Point USA. One video shows Kirk being asked about mass shootings before he was shot, which is just ironic in all ways. And then when if the shooting isn't a gang member, what's gonna, I mean, because he was literally just saying that the most of the shootings are gang members or trans people. That's what he was trying to argue before he was shot. I mean, you can't make that up. You can't make that irony up. That's the rest of the students from the campus, I would assume. So Kirk was shot in the neck during a speaking engagement in Utah Valley University. A shot was fired at 12:20 local time as Kirk was taking a question from a student. He's in critical condition and it doesn't look good, his colleague told CBS News. A suspect is reportedly in custody. The university says one shot was fired from about 200 yards away, which is 182 meters for you Europeans and everybody else. And the campus has been closed for the day. What we don't know, Kirk's condition and injuries, details of the suspect, a motive, all the things you guys want to know, they don't know yet. Other than the video, which it can't be played because of community guidelines on Facebook, Twitch. My Twitch account would be banned immediately, so because it's bad. So we don't have all the important details yet of, is Kirk alive? Who is the shooter? What is that? And then what the motivation is for the shooting. And what it could be. You can only really assume right now. So we don't have facts yet. Kirk's family was in attendance. Pray for Kirk, his wife Erica, and their 2 children, who were present at Utah Valley University. Officer in plainclothes. You didn't protect Charlie? I thought when you add more guns and more good guys with the guns, that stops gun violence. Dang. Doesn't look like it worked. Pelosi and Giffords react to Kirk shooting. U.S. politicians are sharing their shock after the shooting of Charlie Kirk, as we've read all day. So we're waiting for more details. All the important ones, which again would be Kirk's condition, details of the suspect, and a motive. We don't have that yet. Not sure yet. You said keep spewing the hate. You talk about Charlie Kirk? Of course, the GOP is only offering thoughts and prayers. They don't want to give the details because then that would mean that we have to address the problem, wouldn't it? Thoughts and prayers just kind of like, and then you're done. You don't have to do anything else. I did my work for the day. We agree with Charlie Kirk on basically nothing, except that he deserves the right, as every human does, to speak freely. Which I agree. Yeah, you can say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. The violence is coming. All the people that are like, this is disgusting. Not really a joiner. All that remains. Timcast, the same podcast that gets paid from Russia and has been pushing civil war for the years now. There you go. Tim Pool's every 4th day since 2020 until Trump took over. Yeah, what was that? June 6, 2020. There's going to be a civil war. We get it. They want civil war. Yep, that's it. Civil war. Civil war is here. Civil war. Civil war. American Civil War 2. Pedophiles versus Nazis. Ironically true. That's what it looks like. MAGA versus MAGA. Because no one else is interested in fighting a civil war other than the MAGA that put it out there. You are in a civil war. Civil war. Every day. Okay. Oh, let me verify. Let me vet this quick. Okay, this video, it doesn't show Charlie. Well, I'll play it from here. It doesn't show him at all. It does a little bit. he's not alive, man. Okay, so it just shows him being. I'm just gonna play an image here. I'm not gonna play it, but it shows him being carried into an SUV from where he was sitting. So I'll retweet that one. So this one does show Charlie being carried into the back of an SUV from where he was sitting at the tent he was under, and then I'm gonna fast forward. Then he gets put into the truck, and then from here it goes back to the scene, and you can see the students running all over the place. So I just reposted that one. It doesn't show anything very violent, but you can see Charlie's arm. And also, guys, 9/11 is tomorrow. The 9/11 anniversary. Oh boy. Yeah, get more aggressive in their policies. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, those Democrats calling for stronger policies and to stand up to the fascism is why this happened, for sure. That's definitely a way you can frame that. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker on the shooting of Charlie Kirk. That's the one. That's the one. Any updates from the drones last night over Poland? Yeah, Article 4 has been activated. Lots happening. There's a lot going on. I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning covering news with whoever was up with me in Nepal and France. So there's that going on. But, you know, hey, yeah, you got Donald Trump personally. You got the president of the United States pardoned over 1,500 violent terrorists that raided the Capitol on January 6th. Here's Zoran. I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college event in Utah. Political violence has no place in our country. Still want to defund the police? The police were there, and it was Utah. It's one of the most red states ever. The police didn't help Charlie Kirk, unless maybe he's gonna live in the end, and they were able to stop the bleeding. But that'd be it. They weren't able to stop him from being shot.
Basically, I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden just tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is, and then he fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
Can you describe did he appear to be moving afterward or what?
Not at all. I personally believe he was dead on impact.
Oh my goodness.
Basically,
So that's from a Q&A goer that was present at the scene. Bernie Sanders, political violence has no place in this country. Must condemn this horrifying attack. My thoughts are with Charlie Kirk and his family. Okay, we don't need to watch another video. Or watch the video. Nancy Macy erupts and starts screaming after Sarah Jacobs says many people in Congress have received... Oh, that's irrelevant. I already reposted the video of Charlie being taken to the truck. Joe Biden is going to lay out his plan to take your guns away. Don't let him. We can honestly, it'd probably be best right now. Like you get like it's fine in the chat to say how you feel, but the best is probably just to if you have a negative take on Charlie Kirk, because we got to be honest. And I was reading some responses to what I had said a couple hours ago, but this isn't the administration to say how you feel. Like actually, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So like, be careful actually on your social media and not, you know. Like, is they're the type to like say they're the type to put you in a gulag if you say what they don't like. So be careful. So just post Charlie's own words. I'm just saying, be careful. Post what you want. Post what you want to post. It's not like I'm telling you what to do. I'm just saying, be careful with this administration. Like, post that, but they don't care about your rights. Okay, they will say they will take your First Amendment right away, in that moment, and you'll be taken away in a black SUV. I've seen it. Protesters out at a protesting and using their First Amendment, and then the federal government takes them away in a van, right in front of me on stream too. I was streaming it, and they didn't give a fuck. They're like, so I'm just saying, be careful. All right, just be warned. You have your feelings about it, but you know. Maybe you don't need to put it out there on social media right now. Suspect not yet in custody. So there is no suspect in custody yet. 4 minutes ago, as of CNN. There's no suspect in custody in the shooting of political activist Charlie Kirk in Utah Valley University. A law enforcement source told CNN, despite the school shooting, saying earlier police did have someone in custody. UVU spokesperson Scott Trotter also said in a statement that the suspect is not in custody. Deseret News reported. Kirk, who was invited by a student group, was speaking Wednesday afternoon when a shooter fired from campus about 200 yards from Kirk. So we don't have the shooter yet? So, okay. So is the shooter on the run, or what's going on? Why would they? Okay. This is why breaking news sucks, actually, because things change. Well, I'm glad I unposted that video of the old guy. That old guy is not even relevant to this. The shooter is still at large. According to CNN, this is old now. This BBC reporting is now old. Authorities do not have a suspect in custody. As of 3:14 p.m., 22 minutes ago. Oh, wow. All the people that hate me normally are hating me harder today. Wow. Good job. Your words mean nothing. I've seen what you clap for. I've seen what makes you happy. I don't care if I make you mad. I'm interested in, they said the shooter was in custody, and now the shooter is not in custody. We need a statement, dude. People I trust are saying Charlie Kirk is stabilized but remains in critical condition. They couldn't beat him in a debate, so they shot him. The man who shot Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University is put in custody. The left has declared literal war on us. There's no information yet on the Charlie Kirk shooter or the political motivation behind it, but that hasn't stopped major right-wing pundits from immediately politicizing a shooting before a single fact is known. We have no idea who the shooter is, and if anything, we got it wrong at first because we thought it was the old guy, but it isn't that old guy, because the university said we had a suspect in custody, and now they don't. So we have no idea who the shooter is. We don't know who the shooter is. We don't know their motivations. We don't know if Charlie Kirk is alive or dead, actually. Yeah, they got or at least the guy that was posted on social media was the wrong guy, and the suspect was the wrong guy. The left is the party of murder. Yeah, type shit. So I want to hear, that's why, like, I don't want to hear anything, bro. You got the richest man in the world and the most top leading propagandists that are literally saying the left did this. Sorry, I gotta agree with Destiny. Again, America after 20 more people get assassinated. I don't know, guys. It's getting pretty bad out here. Literally. I don't know, guys. Hey, we're going in a bad path. We're down a bad. We are on the bad path. We're on the bad road now, or we've been on it. What are South Park writers even supposed to do now? Charlie has done enough good. He deserves a miracle. From Andrew Tate, pedophile, human trafficker. If all the worst people in alive are calling for thoughts and prayers for you. Matthew Iglesias, in June, we had a Democratic state legislator assassinated in Minnesota and another guy shot with a list of other victims. Kirk's shooting is hideous and awful, and this rising tide of violence is terrifying, but anyone calling it one-sided is lying to you. That's the one. The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edward Hoover shut it all down within a few years.
The university is now saying that there is, quote, no suspect in custody. The university is now...
Okay, where is the suspect? Rifle, 200 yards away. Very accurate shot. Who is the shooter? We don't need to. Nope, stop. I'm not playing the up close video. What are reports? I'm only going off official reports. I'm not going off of social media users. Charlie Kirk shooter is still on the loose. Brian Etton's on his way to Utah, so the shooter is still at large. Rifle 200 yards away. Accurate shot to a place on the neck that is for sure going to kill you. Unless you have an actual miracle comes through. Charlie Kirk was scheduled to debate a progressive influencer, Hassan Piker, at Dartmouth College on September 25th. On his Twitch livestream, Piker reacted to the news with horror, urging some of his followers to stop making jokes about the shooting and expressed fear that he could be similarly targeted. This is a terrifying incident, Piker said. The reverberation of people seeking out vengeance in the aftermath of this violent, abhorrent incident is going to be genuinely worrisome. That is going to be that's the other reason. Is you're going to have a bunch of right-wing terrorists now that are going to go crazy. That's going to happen. You have a bunch of right-wing already, like, we're waiting for something to happen so they could, like, actually act out. But they're already, like, primed and ready for it, and now they're going to go crazy. He was going to debate Charlie Kirk on September 25th. Trump said Charlie Kirk is dead. Breaking, Charlie Kirk pronounced dead. That's, I need a Trump said it? On his True Social, I'm guessing. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. This is from Trump's Truth Social. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and his family. Charlie, we love you. So you got the president of the United States, Trump, truthing out that he's dead. Is that the first source of that? Charlie Kirk has died, Trump says. President Donald Trump announced today that conservative activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot during an event in Utah. This is the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie, the president went on. He was loved and admired by all, especially by me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania, my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. Would be a wild thing to lie about today. Would be a wild thing to lie about. I mean, he lies every day on this app, on his Truth Social, but if he's lying that Charlie Kirk is dead and he's not, I mean, that's a problem for MAGA, I guess, the right wing. But I don't think he posts someone's dead without. I know it's Trump though. He will post whatever he wants. Charlie Kirk has died, Trump says. Do we have like a bigger confirmation? Trump announces that Charlie Kirk, who was shot at the event in campus, has died. How do you coexist with people that want to murder you? Get fucked, bro. We want you to be normal. No one wants to fucking shoot you for being right wing. We want you to be a normal human and not engage in political rhetoric all day long and do bullshit all day long. And engage in politics that are like, my political enemy deserves this. Actually, ironically, the inverse is true. The projection is true. If conservatives in America could not be the absolute fascist, right-wing, hyper fascist nationalist bullshit that they've been on for 10 years. If they could just be conservative about family values, traditional, whatever the fuck they believe in. and not engage in the bullshit that they do, you could probably have a coexistence. The reason why people are like will debate right-wingers or like are politically motivated to debate right-wingers is not because they want to fucking shoot them in the end. They want to like have a political discourse and then be able to coexist. And no, you won't agree on every single issue. It's impossible. It won't happen. But there needs to be a middle ground to where you can like coexist. And when one side, which is the Republican Party and the GOP and right-wing influencers, are advocating for civil war, are pushing it, or like praying for it, actually, every single tragedy is politicized. Every single one, including weather-related ones. Not a single event that happens that's breaking news that goes by that does not get politicized by the right wing and the GOP. Every single one. Mercado and my hysteria. Yeah, Mercado and my 80,000 YouTube channel. That's like not even, I'm like ranked like million or something on YouTube for sure. So we don't know who the shooter is. That's the biggest update to tell you guys. The shooter is still on the loose. Is it that you need to like say, I mean, I don't know how to even respond to that. I don't think I could be radicalized any further. I was wrong. The people that were already a full-on radicalized in the most extreme way possible have been further radicalized. Well, updates are Charlie Kirk is dead. 1, Charlie Kirk is dead. 2, we don't know who the shooter is. Let me make a post really quick. I'm trying to make a post really quick. Freaking losing my voice from all this violence. I gotta post to make sure that we posted that Charlie Kirk is dead. Or I'll just repost. I'll just post what Trump posted. We had a post on my Facebook and stuff right now. Hold on, guys. Let me give me a second to make this post update. I'm gonna have to get some more water here too. I'm freaking losing my voice. So I just posted out, the president of the United States says Charlie Kirk is dead. I know, I'm a boomer. I gotta do this. I can't do this while I'm streaming. I gotta do like one thing. Give me a second, guys. If I was internet savvy, actually, I could do this while I'm on stream, but posted to Facebook, X, Blue Sky. So, Charlie Kirk dead. I just made the post out. Donald Trump posted it. I'm just going to post Trump's post until we get others. Cenk Uygur, what happened to Charlie Kirk is one of the worst things that has happened in American politics. Not the murders of the politicians in their homes and their whole family and their dog. Well, two families, actually. Sorry, two families. This is the worst one. You've been told Charlie Kirk is alive. Yeah, he's not. Do not watch the close-up video of Charlie Kirk. The same people that were just sharing the stabbing of Irina Zarutska, all for 3 days straight. They were fine with watching or having Irina Zarutska get stabbed, and that's fine. But in terms of posting the video, Tim Wall says enough in response to the 3 students wounded Wednesday. I think he's the first politician I've seen comment on the high school shooting today too. Which, if you just started tuning in, we do have a high school shooting as well that's taking place in Colorado. Let's get an update on that quick. At least 3 students have been injured in shooting at Colorado high school. Officials. 3 students were injured after a shooting unfolded at high school in Evergreen, Colorado on Wednesday afternoon, according to Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office confirmed to ABC News that students from Evergreen High School were on their way to the hospital. Officials received the first report of a shooting at the school at approximately 12:24 p.m. local time, according to the Sheriff's Office. The suspect was engaged and neutralized, according to law enforcement officials. Officials are sweeping the campus, which is still on lockdown, and it's considered an active scene. The 3 patients are in critical condition and are being transported to St. Anthony Hospital. A hospital spokesperson confirmed to ABC News. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives is also responding to the scene. Denver FBI also said in a statement that they are aware of the situation and that personnel responding to the scene and stand ready to assist. Hundreds of police officers are on the scene searching each room on campus. I gotta change the title. Charlie Kirk killed. Okay, so we actually don't have too much further on the Evergreen High School shooting yet in Colorado. But we do have confirmation that Charlie Kirk is dead. Trump speaks with the Utah governor.
Courtyard, there was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but you know, they had the guys with the little curly wire coming out, so I assume that those were a security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
Did they? No, there were no metal detectors. There was no checking anything. And in fact, I mean, I've been in not a shooting situation, but other dangerous situations before. And so I'm often thinking about these things. I did think, anyone in here could have a gun. No one checked me. So I was, it's just a thought that came through my head.
Yeah. Wow. So the people that advocate for the military to come in when there's nothing going on, and you have like open air, like there's no security, red state, Utah, conservative haven, open air, nothing, open carry. Utah is open carry, right? Is Utah open carry? I think it is. Yep. However, that's for handguns. He was shot from 200 yards away, which seems to be like a rifle. We obviously don't have confirmation on that. I can't tell you what firearm was used because we don't know yet, but very highly likely a rifle based upon the distance and accuracy. Dang. So Charlie Kirk dead. Charlie Kirk, a conservative political activist and co-founder of Turning Point USA, was killed today after being shot at an event in Utah Valley University. President Donald Trump wrote on Truth Social. 2 law enforcement officials also confirmed to CNN that Kirk has died. Kirk was 31. About his rise in conservative activism, as Trump remade the Republican Party, Kirk embodied the party's newfound populist conservatism in the social media age. Kirk's involvement began with the wake of the Tea Party movement and grew with Trump's ascendance. Having co-founded Turning Point in 2012 at the age of 18, Kirk was a prominent supporter of Trump who courted young voters and used his network of nonprofits to seek to turn out voters on campuses and churches for Trump in 2024. The Utah event was part of a tour. Kirk frequently traveled to college campuses, speaking and taking questions from audience members. Exchanges that often led to viral videos. Kirk's appearance at Utah Valley University today was the first of a 14-city fall American comeback tour, which had Kirk's signature Prove Me Wrong table, where Kirk would urge those who disagreed with him to debate an issue. The moment of shooting, Kirk was answering a question at the event when a single pop was heard. Video taken by attendees shows the crowd screaming as Kirk recoils in his seat and appears to reach for his neck. The president and dozens of other Kirk allies, as well as Democrats who had sharp disagreements with him, posted well wishes and calls for prayer online. Now there's a breakdown of the shooting and the layout. Shooter was likely they would have had to have been on one of the rooftops. What's that? What's the Utah Valley University campus? About 200 yards away. And the shooter is still at large. They don't have the shooter. Okay, so that's where he was speaking at. He was speaking right here. You won't be able to see him from this building. It would have had to have been from one of these. It had to have been from an elevated position from one of these two buildings. That's the only sight line you have. He was hit on the left. He was hit on the left side of the neck. Could have been from over here too. Nah. Do they have visibility? No, they don't. They don't have visibility. It would have had to have been from like over here on the rooftop. Or like right or here. You know, I'm just assuming. You know, they have the federal governments all over this right now at this time, trying to figure out the trajectory and where it could have came from. People that are paid to do this all day long, and I'm just trying to use common sense to figure out where that would have been. About 200 yards. That would be about. Yeah, about here. This is like the only sight line because this building's covering. But so we got that, but we don't know where the shooter is. We don't have details of where they were or anything. I'm just looking at it myself and making assumptions. You know, we're not going off of official information here. This is Google Earth, and I just pulled up the university to go off of 200 yards away. That's what the reports are, but the reports could change. We could hear that it was from even further away or closer, but the current reports are that it was 200 yards away. I'm trying to figure out where that sight line, where you would have a sight line on that. You have the trees in that lane, though. The only sight line I could see is from over here. You could think it could be 300. Well, I know it could be further away when the information actually comes out. The sight lines here aren't good. From further back. You got the buildings blocking the Oh, you got a parking garage here. I don't know if you could. I can't get down on ground level here to see if you can. If that parking garage, you can see it from the ground level because it's in where Charlie was speaking was in like the elevation went down here. You got like steps here, so he was like in a. See, I don't know. I don't think this site. I don't know if this would be even a sight line. I can't tell with the Google Earth on that. But I'm thinking, if the trajectory was coming, it had to have been like somewhere, at least somewhere in this from this direction, based on the building layout. And that wasn't a handgun, unless I'm literally wrong, and that was, but that didn't sound like one, and it was. The reports are that it was 200 yards away. Or sorry, here, hold on. From there to like, from here, because the building's blocking this sight line right here. You guys see that? That's about the only open sight line onto where Charlie was sitting. Based on like just my Google Earth here, I can't get any further. I can't get lower. I wish I could get like lower to ground level and like look up. Use red. Oh. The sight line is like here. Or I'll use pink or purple. Be like that to like right here. Because this building cuts it off, and then this set of buildings cut that off. So it's either likely from this building, or you got a parking garage in buildings back, but I can't tell if you'd be able to see where Charlie was sitting from there. You got trees here and everything. It is fall though. Either way, the person that did this, the shooter, which is still at large, is definitely a sharpshooter. It's not like a someone that is politically opposed to Charlie Kirk and wanted to take gun violence to him. This is somebody that knew how to use that weapon accurately from distance. If it was like somebody that was just politically, well, you know, just like a unskilled person that's mad and takes gun violence to Charlie Kirk would have probably just ran up to him with a handgun and tried that. Yeah. You think it was closer than 200 yards? Gamers doing their insensitive thing right now. Like what? Trying to help figure out who the shooter was and try to actually help the situation? No, go do thoughts and prayers and go fuck off. Go do that instead. We'll actually help solve the shooting. Fuck God, dude. Can't stand these people, bro. Go do thoughts and prayers while the rest of us actually try to help solve what's going on. And like find the shooter and report on the facts for the people that actually care about Charlie Kirk like that. Holy fuck, bro. We're aware of the tragic situation unfolding near Denver. The FBI is on the scene and in full support of local authorities to ensure everyone's safety. Fertilize a ditch? You first. Go start a fucking... Suck my asshole. Go start my asshole. There you go. I wanted to say something else, but I better be careful today of all days. Nothing is justified. It's explaining the entire situation, which is a factor into the analysis of this whole shit show we're in. It's not like this is justified. No, it's not. There is no justification for political violence, but it needs to be talked about of the grander, the situation at large. The whole situation, the big picture is important. Play that video? I have. I played it earlier, but here it is again.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. Yes. We should have an honest and clear reduction.
According to Charlie Kirk, you know, hey, it's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. It's just a part of life. Gun violence is just a part of it.
View of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death.
Apparently, I guess.
That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it.
I know he's dead, guys. I know.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
We're gonna have, you know, it's unfortunate that we get gun deaths every single year, so we can have the Second Amendment. Rationalizing, if anything, doing the thing that MAGA's crying about, justifying the deaths for political means. You know, hey, you know, the Second Amendment exists and people dying is just a part of that. So I guess, is that what I can say? We have the Second Amendment. Utah's an open carry state. I guess it's just an unfortunate part of life, right? But I guess I'm not Charlie Kirk. I don't have the funding Charlie Kirk had either. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood that or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. The longer the shooter is at large, the more questions I'm having in my brain about this whole thing now. Don't forget, Ashley Babbitt was shot too. As a means to the end. I'm just saying. Charlie Kirk, a popular conservative commentator, was fatally shot while speaking to a large crowd at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah on Wednesday. President Trump said Charlie Kirk was 31. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. Trump was the first one to post it out too. Yeah, you guys picking up what I'm putting down? Anyone on that or no? Am I too soon on that one? Am I too soon on that one? Like, why would Trump be the first one to break the news about Charlie's death? You know what I mean? And let's not pretend like MAGA's above martyrs for their goals, especially with everything going on right now. They are not above creating martyrs, you know, just thoughts going on in the back of my brain while I'm ingesting all of this information. Not saying it's facts. Wouldn't post it as facts either. Just thoughts going on in the back of my brain. You got a sharpshooter, very accurate, at large. Trump is the first one to post the news. Interesting. Charlie Kirk is at my fucking school tomorrow. I didn't do anything. I just didn't like the guy. I'm all good. Not a sharpshooter. A shot clean to the neck from 200 yards away is what? According to the reports, unless the report changes and it's like, no, the shooting was closer. But the reports right now is that it was 200 yards away. KP says, Merc, the Thoughts and Prayers people, the two Soon people came out of the gate pretty fast, and go look at the responses to Jessica Tarlov. They're not withholding. I'm not either. I feel it. Utah Speaker Mike Schultz confirms Charlie Kirk is dead. I agree. I think you can say that he didn't deserve to die without saying he was a genuinely good and nice man, because he wasn't. Maybe to like the people he personally engaged with, but you can't say that about his political takes at all. So, but you can still say we condemn political violence, and that's bad, but not say he was the pinnacle of what's good in the world, because that would be the opposite of the truth.
Political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University earlier this afternoon. The 31-year-old was the CEO and the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization. CBS News confirmed there had been threats against Kirk. A Utah Valley spokesperson says a suspect is not in custody. A motive is not known at this time. President Trump just posted on Truth Social the following: the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. The statement there from President Trump, political activist Charlie Kirk.
Oh, that is from CBS News. The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and all those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. Did they do this for Melissa Hortman, the Speaker of the House of Minnesota? Did that happen?
Shh. The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Wow. We're seeing more action from Congress on this than the kids being murdered, the Minnesota politics. I mean, that's why. Wonder why is it not stopped? Because of this. That's why. Charlie Kirk's life meant more than everyone else, I guess. Guns save lives. Charlie Kirk is dead. Do they? It's time for me to smoke a J here soon, dude. Gotta calm my brain down a little bit. Trying though, chat. Trying to navigate this. Holy, right? Holy shit, right? Damn, dude. These people get off on openly get off talking about eradicating trans people, and y'all think I got any sympathy for them? Get the fuck out of here. The left can't take a joke, crowd sure having a normal reaction with this one. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Stop it, bro. You don't need to do that. We got to do it so that way we appear better than no. Like it's cringe. What about the shooter? Do we have any information about the shooter? Like what's going on there? Or like details of how he was shot, why he was shot, where the shooter was.
Waiting for updates on that so we can bring them to you. But what we do know so far is the timeline from the witnesses we've talked to seems to match up. It happened very early on in the event. It happened immediately after that second questioning a comment that President Trump made earlier in the week about gun rights for transgender individuals. But again, right now, no way of knowing if that question has anything to do with the motive here. We're live in Orem. Adam Herbets, guys, we'll throw it back to you in the studio.
All right, Adam Herbets, thanks so much. And just as we recap, something to say. One bullet,
right? One
shot,
right?
One shooter. Mm-hmm. And as we look at all of our crews out there and we see the people behind them,
literally shot him in the artery, like knew exactly. Like you don't make that. You can't make that shot without training. Like serious training. There's no way. No regular person it can grab a rifle and make that shot without being consistent at the range. First and foremost. Nightmare on Wall Street. Wow. Yeah, exactly. These fucking freaks, dude. Yep. When we had a literal, this is the assassin in Minnesota that went to 2 homes of politicians. One murdered the entire Hortman family and their dog. Mike Lee and these fucking GOP Republicans. Nightmare on Wall Street. Literally go fuck yourselves, bro. You eat what you reap what you sow. Exactly. Just not the time for that. Go literally suck my ass. The same shit, bro. And then they're having Congress all take the moment to pray. Why is America collapsing? Why is our country breaking? Why is everyone calling Charlie Kirk shooting? Because they're freaks. God damn, bro. Spicy at a time like this. Dean Phillips was a Democratic candidate for president. I'm praying for Charlie Kirk in America. President shot at a rally. Children shot at church. Children shot at schools. People shot at concerts and grocery stores. Speaker of the Minnesota House shot. Charlie Kirk just shot. Americans shot every day in every city. People and guns are part of the problem, and both must be addressed. Rachel Byte Kofer said, I went on Charlie Kirk's debate show back in 2022. He plays a character. The real man was exceedingly polite and completely engaged. Probably, but like, what do you do? What does that say if you play a character and your like real person is different? How do you navigate that? So like all right-wing propagandists are hyperbolic and are playing a character? But yes. But how do you work with that? So then you're debating and arguing policy with people that are playing a bit the whole time, and the real person is their non-stage name. So it could have been maybe maybe in that scope, Charlie was probably a good person, like to his personal friends and off when the camera shut off. Could have been, don't know. Okay, I'm not a gun expert for real. I served in the military and I can understand basic things like that. But when you hear the shot, was it suppressed? So I don't hear, like, I'm not an expert. Like, I couldn't hear tell if it was a suppressed shot or not. I won't be able to tell you that. It was not suppressed? Okay. It didn't sound like it to me, but John said that, so I just wanted to fact check that. And then all of the MAGA that were lying, they were lying about Charlie being alive, giving their base hope too. What a dog shit thing to be a part of. Here you got your Charlie Kirk, your one of your favorite podcasters or whatever in MAGA, and then you're waiting for information, and then your same dumb fuck right-wing red pill bullshit is lying to you that he's alive. I'm hearing from a close friend. They're lying. They have no close friends. No, is he? He has a pulse. So we had him. Tim Pool posted that. Tons of other right-wing freaking propagandists. He's live. I heard from someone. He's not. How about you wait for all the information to come out? Try that one. Joe Biden posted 18 minutes ago. There is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. More from Joe Biden than you've ever gotten from Trump about any political violence, unless it's personally MAGA or himself. The degree to which the algorithm on the platform is pushing the video of the shooting is incredibly disturbing. Exactly. Literally, you need to. That's why I didn't play it. But also, one, community guidelines. It's literally very graphic. We've had videos of the war in Ukraine, but not literally like watching the blood of a Ukrainian getting hit from a Russian missile like leaking out, and it's just graphic as fuck. You usually like see the aftermath. I try to be careful with that too. But yeah, you shouldn't like that content. Well, chat, I have a nightmare every night. It's a recurring nightmare. And I know it's nothing like, it's not even relevant to anything. It's like a common one. I know it's PTSD related. But like in my nightmare that I have when I go to bed, I'm hiding from like a serial killer in it. Kind of like I don't even know, like a Jason character. I don't know what it is. It's literally like I never see the face of the person that I'm hiding from, but I'm always in a situation to where I'm like with other people that I know, and like we have to pause what we're doing to hide from this serial killer that's in my dream. And I know it's like PTSD related because like we're doing whatever in my dream, and then we literally have to stop to hide from this threat. We gotta like hide. We have to close the doors. We have to lock all the doors, and it's so vivid. I can tell you about it. I have this dream all the time. I don't sleep well because of it. And it's literally like nothing related to any of the news we're covering. It's like a specific tailored dream I have because of the PTSD, because of consuming this content all day long. It's not good. Like it manifests in other forms.
I mean, just absolutely stunning. The number of events that I participated in, that the president participated in, other members of the cabinet, have been involved with, not just in 24, but over the course of really since 16. He has been a very important part of our coalition of the Trump movement. And I think really it's bigger than Trump. I think it is an America First movement. And Charlie was a huge factor. There's going to be a tremendous hole in that movement in our community going forward.
I mentioned. Do we have information about the shooters? Okay, there you go. They got a picture now. Oh, was I right then? Reported location of the shooter? Was I accurate? No. My lane was wrong. They said their location would have been over here. Well, how do you even see him from here? Oh, just like the whole building? Oh, then maybe I could be right then. I don't know if they're highlighting the whole building. It would have had to have been like here then. Like if you're using this building, it would have had to have been like on the roof, like right here. This is like the only sight line you have to where Charlie was sitting. Over here, you can't. If there was a shooter was here, this building is blocking it. So if it's in it couldn't be this corner of the building because you can't see that anything there. It would have had to have been this corner of the building. If I had to bet, it'd probably be like right here. Right in the grass. Right in this little pocket. What is this? Then you don't have to get onto the rooftop. How did a shooter get away? This place is a campus. It's an active college campus. The parking lot's right there, so quick escape. That's not far to leave. So my guess is like maybe in the grass here. Don't have to get onto the rooftop because that's extra. You just got to go this way, this way, this way, and you're already into the parking lot. And then quickly away onto the major road. I still think it's further. I still think it might be further back than that, though. But if this is where the shooter location was, which we don't even have the shooter yet, it is a quick escape to if they had their car parked here or wherever they were able to leave. No way they left on foot with the rifle. UVU is right next to the freeway, so yeah, very easy to leave. Shut the fuck, bro. Outlaw country, go suck, start my asshole. Mods, anybody that's blaming Democrats for this or any type of liberal rhetoric, just literally time them out. All of them, one by one. Full send. Any fucking fascist loser that normally trolls my chat on a daily basis that is like, liberals did this, ban. Immediately. Not even playing. Get them out of here. It was fired from the top of the Luce Center on campus. School officials also said they had the shooter too, though. School officials said they had the shooter in custody, and then they don't, so... So they said he was on the rooftop. Oh, where would you get down? Quick enough for like for you not to be noticed or filmed by all those students on Oh. Didn't see this. There's a stairway. You can just get onto the roof like that? Well, that'd be even closer of an escape then, because you just go down the stairs and it takes you right to the. Can you get through? Can you even get through there? No, maybe. Go through the building. School's active. The door would be open. Okay, well, we need official information. I'm just trying to piece some shit together. Try to make sense of this with the Google Earth and the layout of this school here. You got stairs that lead up to the rooftop, but it looks like a dead end unless you go back through the school. So there's got to be surveillance video. There's got to be video of where the shooter was and where they went. Is there any word on that? You think it's just maintenance stairs? But yeah, but you can get onto those. A good and faithful servant. Wow. You know, if I'm ever like, you know, deaded or something, and if someone ever says I was a good and faithful servant, I did wrong on earth. Good and faithful servant. Or is that like a religious thing? A servant of God? Is that what she's calling him? Yes, he's dead. Yep, he's dead. I've adjusted the title of my stream too to reflect that. Charlie Kirk shot and killed. Trump is ordering all U.S. flags to be... Oh my God, brother. All U.S. flags lowered to half-mast. I'm unfollowing. You know what? Fuck this fucking clown. Goodbye. Actually, you know what? I don't even want to see this fat Australian loser anymore. Flags at half-mast. You don't need to see the video of Charlie getting taken out. Into the truck. The Center for Countering Disinformation, led by Zelensky's friend, had labeled Charlie Kirk, who was shot today, an American blogger spreading pro-Russian narratives in the West. Yeah. And? He was. The whole time. Every day. Ukrainians wouldn't be dying if, you know, they weren't Joe Biden lovers, basically. That's how it went. Newly posted footage shows what appears to be... Oh. There we go.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying.
Huh.
He just ran from, over... Where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying. Just getting right up.
You think? I mean, can we agree that seeing somebody laying down on a roof like that is cause for concern? Not just
getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd...
So that would be right on the corner of the building. You would be right here then. Which was, I mean, right above the grass spot. He's laying down right here.
already be in place?
You would think that.
Yeah, there's the grass spot right under it. He's right on the roof above that.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying, just.
Rifle in the neck. The framing of this is so, like, this is what this framing and everything that the conservatives are saying about this is why this cycle continues. Many of us who started out, so none of you started advocating on conservative values on college campuses. Actually, you guys, you fucks have labeled colleges as left-wing indoctrination camps. So no, Charlie Kirk figured out, I was like, you know what, screw y'all, I'm going to go there and get my money. You guys want to shit on colleges? No, there's tons of conservatives at colleges. I'm going to go get my money. You guys can say the colleges are woke, scary. I'll go there. But you got to give Charlie credit for doing that. He did go to the college campuses and do that, but I mean, after that, you can stop there. But at least he would put himself out there. But not for any of this shit. You don't, and this is all before you know who the shooter is, their motivation to do it, and in anything, and the details of the shooting. We're just labeling it. They're just labeling it left-wing assassin, I guess. But when we actually have right-wing assassins that are clear as day, they say nothing, and there's nothing about it. Remember,
I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but I can't stand.
Empathy is a New Age word from the man himself. Empathy is woke. Wow, the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting and absolutely unacceptable. There's no place for this type of violence in America. He is a father and a human being. Despite our differences, I truly hope he's okay. He's not.
Some really bad news for people. I just got a call 5 minutes ago from a very trusted source who's never been wrong, connected to 3-letter agencies, who's very close to people that were on the ground there when Charlie Kirk was shot in Utah today. And he died a long time ago. So he's dead.
He died a long time ago?
And I got a call saying, where are you getting your info? He might be alive. And I said, I'm getting off the news. They said, no, he's dead. That's directly from people on the ground. I'll leave it at that. Very close to Charlie. So they killed him.
They killed him?
The left killed him.
The left killed him. This is why these fucks deserve, honestly, they deserve zero empathy for anything that happens, but like, we got to be better. We got to be better, I guess, right? Because we do have empathy, and we do have all those woke emotions, right? We're all DEI, 5G woke feelings and stuff. So it's like the human being aspect kicks in a little bit regardless, right? So it's the right thing to do. But this is what they do all day long. Even when there isn't if Charlie Kirk wasn't shot today, they would be doing this to their base. You guys get to have to see it now because it involves Charlie Kirk being murdered and assassinated. But without Charlie Kirk being murdered and assassinated, this is what Alex Jones and Charlie Kirk and others engage in all day long, regardless. They didn't need Charlie Kirk to be killed for them to push this rhetoric. If anything, this is what they needed for them to go over the line.
And I get the family and others are probably thinking about what they're going to say or what they're going to do, but you see that footage. They say clearly from the report, the rifle and all the rest of it, high-powered rifle. They said because the reason his chest lifts up is just the effect that the bullet high speed creates, but hit him in the neck. And Charlie's dead. But if the left thinks this is going to intimidate us to shut up, they got nothing coming. Charlie was out there at the campuses getting millions of young people to vote for Trump. And the left cannot allow this. And John Podesta's plan was, if Trump got reelected, to launch a civil war. So it's live now. Everybody should really be watching now. They're going to try to kill Trump again.
What? They're going to try to kill Trump again.
Just God bless you all, and God bless Charlie Kirk. He died like a Viking king, sword in his hand, in the info war.
He died like a Viking king, sword in his hand in the info war.
Now, I pray my source is wrong, but this source has been...
No, I'm showing everyone. I show everyone. I show all the takes from all sides. You got to see it. You got to see it. No, Alex Jones is a part of this too. Alex Jones is guilty of the environment that we're in. He's actually one of the perpetrators of the very environment that we're in. Saber rattled it. So stop sharing his picture. Horrifying news that Charlie Kirk has been shot. Gun violence and political violence have to fucking stop. Charlie, his family, and all the students who had witnesses to the shooting are in my thoughts. We have disagreements, but we agree something has to change. I think it's beyond like just disagreements, though. Like, I beat Charlie Kirk. Jeez.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at base? I think it's
Charlie Kirk says gun deaths unfortunately worth it to keep Second Amendment.
Creation of the sense of community and the sense of common purpose and dialogue.
Throwing out Trump hats.
Has been reduced.
Like, what is that?
Simply political rhetoric on both sides, and we are not going to get to a solution on our major problems, both domestically and internationally, until we come together and communicate. And I think we should be an example of that to the American people. And I must say, many times over the last several years, we've let the American people down by being vitriolic, by being acerbic in our comments. And that goes not just for the problems, both domestically and internationally, until we come together and communicate. And I think we should do a rhetoric on both sides.
We like zoom in. No.
Simply political rhetoric on both.
You would have, they would have had to have seen. There's nobody on Charlie's team that's like security and like looking out at rooftops, especially after Pennsylvania and Trump. You don't have anyone on your team that is like using binoculars to look out and see the threats if there are any. What was that? You would have seen, anyone with the binoculars from Charlie's point of view would have seen this person's up there. They would have seen the shooter up there laying down. So did he not have security, or like was the law enforcement sleeping, or what was happening? That the shooter, because it's not that far away actually. Then, if this is the location of the shooter, I was thinking it would be back here, which that would be harder to like see for sure. No, he was right here apparently. Like people are walking through here and shit. And like you can see the video, the guy is on the videos on the sidewalk here. The guy that's recording the video we're watching, where he says, "Oh, there's a guy laying down." What's that? Yeah, he's on the sidewalk. If a random stranger with their phone could be like, "That's weird," from the sidewalk. What was Charlie's what were the law enforcement and all the good guys with the guns and all the shit that right wingers bring? Was it because you thought like Utah is a safe haven because it's right wing conservative, or what happened? There is no fucking way that, especially all right. So you're right here. Charlie was right here, right here. I wish I could adjust the angle a little better. Whatever. There's the angle. Charlie's here. Shooter here. And you're telling me that not a single trained law enforcement officer or agent and all the other shit Charlie has at his stuff didn't see that? Or you don't have, or maybe he didn't have security. I don't know. You'd think he would. He does. I've seen it. Like, the shooter is on the corner here. And you just look up. Some ain't right. Some ain't right here. Fred Gutenberg. Hoping this reaches Donald Trump, I saw your confirmation that Charlie Kirk, someone who you loved, has died. During your first term, someone I loved was murdered. My daughter, Jamie, was killed in the Parkland shooting. I had hoped to work with your administration then to reduce gun violence. I am sorry for your loss today. I would still love to work with you to stop the next one. Wow. A better way 2A? Gun culture the way it should be. We want to be absolutely clear that we do not endorse or celebrate violence in any form. At the same time, we cannot ignore that years of spreading hatred, fueling division, and making a career out of dehumanizing others will eventually come with consequences. Ooh, this is a gun pay. When someone devotes their life to painting fellow Americans as enemies, it is only a matter of time before one of them reacts. Charlie Kirk built his platform on tearing people down, and what we are seeing now is the inevitable result of that choice. We are not celebrating this, and we know the consequences will reach all of us, but it is also a stark reminder of the hubris it takes to believe you can act this way forever without repercussions. That's exactly what I've been trying to say. Except for posted way better. Above all else, our thoughts are with his family, who should never have to bear the weight of choices that were not their own. That was really well written, actually. A better way 2A. Gun page. Not sure what we have to say. Not sure why we have to say this, but saying it's not surprising that somebody got hit by a car when they spent years crossing the street without looking for traffic is not celebrating or justifying the car hitting them. Ooh. Brother, 2 in a row? Jeez, two base tweets in a row. 3 in a row, actually, including the parent of Jamie in the Parkland shooting. Hey guys, just take a moment if you could and hit the like button and subscribe to the YouTube channel for all breaking news updates. Just take a moment and do that if you could for me. Turning Point UK, he go. Well done, good and faithful servant. If Charlie is the right wing's servant to God, then yeah, Christianity is super done in America. Fuck, Charlie died. God damn it. This is not the way. I didn't just know him from our interviews and our debates, but I met his wonderful wife. This is beyond heartbreaking. Violence is so stupid. He was a real person, a human being who just died in front of our eyes. Tragic. Thanks, Trank. Jeez, dude. This C-word used the death of tens of thousands of Ukrainians to further his contrarianism grift. Am I supposed to feel bad he got a taste of it himself? No. I'm reading this, by the way. This isn't my take. Do I support it? No. Do I feel bad? Absolutely not. Jeez. Trump cancels Kamala Harris Secret Service detail that was extended by undisclosed Biden order. How did we get here? How does this happen? When President Clinton banned assault rifles in 94, mass shootings dropped 43%. After Republicans let the ban expire in 2004, they increased by 243%. Please don't tell me bans don't work because I don't want to hear it. Just base tweets right now. What is that on their TV? Is this a meme on their TV? This is a wake-up call, Youth of America. It's okay, guys. He made this pact willingly. Okay, anyways, shooter details. How about that? Let's go back. Let's check and see if we have any details of the shooter at large. What the hell is going on? Anything. Prominent political figures. We're reading them for sure. Former presidents call for end. The shooter. No weapon has been found as hunt for suspect continues. Something ain't right. Something ain't right, chat. The search for the suspect who fatally shot Charlie Kirk is still underway, and the initial search has not recovered the gun used in the shooting as of Wednesday. So they don't have the weapon and they don't have the shooter. U.S. Marshals are on standby to begin a manhunt for the shooter, but have not yet been deployed, another law enforcement source has said. Why does that feel like that the shooter of this is not the main point of like what people are looking for? Why does it feel like the rhetoric is jumping to the left did this? Meanwhile, the shooter is at large. We had a school shooting today that resulted in the deaths of 3 children. And what is happening? Does the fans of Charlie Kirk actually want to know who the shooter is? Don't you want to know that? Do you care or no? Are you already in your narrative and you're like that's what you're going with? And then you wonder why are we at where we're at? Why I can't believe we're in this situation in America, because you already have a fuckload of people that are already set in like who did this before you actually get the facts. No weapon, no shooter, at large, on the hunt, manhunt, on the run. Do we care? Do you care? You should. If you actually want justice for Charlie Kirk's murder here.
Heavy of presidents assassinated in office. But the system has been really blinking red in the last few years with escalations of threats against members of Congress. I don't want to insult anyone, but random members of Congress. We've seen federal judges. And so it feels like we've based. And I wonder to what degree
this is on everything
out of a concern that politics has now become all or nothing. As you said earlier, sort of an existential problem, and that people are losing faith in politics, traditional politics, as a way of working out our grievances and our disagreements.
Robert Costa, the floor is yours.
Covered Charlie Kirk for a long time, and this was a major force in American politics, though he was very young.
And this will be deeply felt within the Trump White House.
Clearly.
Oh, what are we? Yeah, God. Another angle shows individual running on the rooftop shortly after Charlie Kirk was killed. Yep. There they are right there. You couldn't see is there laud? Okay, so kids are like, what are they doing in here? Brother, you're standing out and looking and you're not, I don't know, maybe I'm just military brained and I'm looking at everything in every situation I'm in ever. And like when I go everywhere, I'm like looking at every exit and every situation, and like I'm never like just out here. I don't know. For me, like if I'm in a crowd, check it out. If I'm in a crowd of a lot of people, I am looking at this. I'm looking at the rooftops. I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking who's in the crowd, who's next to me, who's like within my, like, what's the way if some shit happens, what's the fastest route to get the fuck out? Every single time I leave this chair in this apartment. Every time I go somewhere, because we've covered some shit. We've covered some shit like this. And myself, I just don't understand, like this, like you don't see that person on the roof, and like there would be no other reason to be laying up there or like being up there on that rooftop. Nobody else is on rooftops here. You guys can see them, right? The little blip up there. Most people don't pay attention to that stuff though. Yeah, they're drones out here. That's why they get fucking. You gotta pay attention. You gotta know where you're at. Or the people that were trained to do this, do this every day, failed. Arnold Schwarzenegger, my heart is with Charlie Kirk. Family and with the United States, politics have become a disease in this country, and it's deadly, but don't listen to the pessimists who say there is no cure. There is a cure. You said the college kids in Utah aren't experienced. I'm not talking about the kids. There's law enforcement there. There's law enforcement. There's security detail there that he has with him. But also is there campus security at the school? Do they have campus security there? They have their own police department. They literally have their own police department. They have their own police chief of police. You're telling me they have their own which the campus usually has their own police if it's like a major university or like security. You gotta deal with the campus police, and they're like a little different, but they still have the obviously full authority of law enforcement. What were they doing? No one could have been like, "Hey, I don't like what we're seeing on that rooftop. We got to do something here." So Arnold Schwarzenegger says, "My heart is with Charlie Kirk's family, with the United States. Politics has become a disease in this country, and it's deadly. But don't listen to the pessimists who say there is no cure. There is a cure. It is inside of us. We must find our better angels and walk back from the extremes. If we can't agree on anything else, we must find agreement that we don't solve our debates with violence. This is a horrible tragedy. May it also be a moment for everyone to rediscover their humanity." My moment for that was for the kids in Minneapolis at the Catholic school, and then it never happened. And then like I'm like emotionally ruined from that. So may the Charlie Kirk murder be the one. I don't care at this point. Whatever will move people to realize that we have a problem. I'm gonna repost. Did I repost this one? I'm trying to just repost all the videos that aren't of like Charlie getting murdered, that are relevant. I only posted the one. Yeah, it's still up, so you can check that out if you want to. But I'm not gonna keep posting Charlie Kirk getting murdered on stream. So you got the individual running video. Breaking: thousands of college students at Utah Valley University here to see Charlie. Could we see the shooter on the rooftop in this? It's all blurry. I don't see anyone yet, though. It's blurry, though. Yeah, too pixelated to make out. I couldn't say one way or another there.
My sympathy to Charlie Kirk's family and to Charlie Kirk, who obviously has, become a target for somebody. I don't know whether it's political violence because I don't know who did it. I know they seem to have somebody in custody. But I will say that political violence, unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this country. We saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. We've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
Everything he said there is true. What's wrong? Everything J.B. Pritzker said is absolutely true there. He blamed Trump. He said Trump was the shooter. That's what J.B. Pritzker said. That gun was aimed at all of us. It's still aimed at all of us. And unfollow. Fuck out of here, bro. That's my fault for following him after like one debate against Jackson Hinkle, and I was so cooked because I was a little innocent little Ukraine supporter, and like, oh, they said one good thing about Ukraine, so that must mean they're a good person. Nope. Charlie Kirk believed that gun deaths in America are a sad but necessary price to pay for keeping the Second Amendment strong. Yep. Everyone on the Dem side is condemning this and rejecting political violence, while every GOPer is calling for Dems' heads. This is war. Okay, Chaya, in your TikTok platform. Yeah, it's really the left, isn't it? It's really the libs and the left that are like advocate for violence. Same administration that changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. By the way, we have the Secretary of War now. You have the same people that say the Civil War, Trump, we're living under Civil War, this is war. War with what? Literally. What does it say about us that the news of a conservative political activist getting assassinated may need to compete for coverage with yet another school shooting, which it has? I don't have any further details yet. I've been looking on the side. We had the Congress have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, but the kids killed today at Evergreen High School, nothing. Nothing. Half mass for Charlie Kirk, the kids, nothing. We need to have a moment. This is Charlie. The killing of Charlie Kirk is the moment. Not literally on the same day of another school shooting taking place live right now.
Unions too. I can imagine there's no better feeling as a parent than knowing your child is safe. Thank you.
We are here from Colorado lawmakers who are reacting to this tragedy. We do know at least 3 people have been shot. We also know a 4th person was injured. However, we don't know how that person was injured or the extent of their injuries. We do know all of those people injured are at St. Anthony's Hospital. Speaking of those lawmakers, Governor Jared Polis has been briefed on the situation and posted on social media saying, in part, state troopers are supporting local law enforcement in responding to this situation. Students should be able to attend school safely and without fear across our state and nation. We are all praying for the victims and the entire...
You said shit is about to get real bad. More like shit's just about to get worse. Like, we're already in a bad place. We've had assassinations already this year. We have the shootings are just up like crazy in the mass shootings. Like it's already there. Like we're like it's just another symptom of it. So everyone's posting out the the video of the shooter laying down. Anyone surprised what happened to Charlie Kirk hasn't been paying attention? Go anywhere, Reddit, Twitter, etc., and you'll find thousands of unhinged direct calls to violence over politics. Until it's addressed for what it is, things like this will continue to happen. Asmongold. Meanwhile, Asmongold, society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5-10% most retarded kids out of school, and put them in the coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality. The same fucks, bro. All day long. The same losers every day. There's a good graphic showing where the shooter was in Charlie Kirk. Well, at least my lane was correct then. Before we had any details of where the shooter was, we used Google Earth to try to figure out, at least, you know, let you guys know where it could have happened, and this is within my lane that I had. My lane that I predicted was from here to here. I stopped it about there because the building is blocking it. So he's right on the corner. Right on the corner right there. Or can you guys see the blue? My bad. Let me do a different. Let's do the pink here. Shooter was right here. Right on the corner of the building. There was just no other sight lines for that, but we have video confirmation now of at least somebody laying down.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in.
What if it happened to my dad? My dad nearly died of COVID, and the same motherfuckers were saying COVID wasn't real. What about my dad? My dad nearly died. He was on a respirator for a month, and he, you know, has his beliefs, but a lot of the people he would like and react to were pushing COVID lies. COVID isn't even real. Meanwhile, my dad is like, it was a miracle he lived, actually. I involved some of my social media with that. Today's act of political violence in Utah against Charlie Kirk is absolutely disgusting and unacceptable. Now, if my dad died, though, of COVID, they would have just said, oh, he died of a flu or something. Oh, yeah, well, your dad died, but, you know, it wasn't really a big deal, bro. You know, it was just a little flu. We don't have to agree on everything, but we should all agree on this. Political violence is wrong and it's no place in our democracy. This is how he treated a victim of political violence, by the way. Oh, right after the killer. That's right. Charlie Kirk was one of the major proponents of, like, the Nancy Pelosi's husband, you know, he memed on it. Why did Paul Pelosi call his attacker his friend? Why was he wearing underwear? Who let the police into the house? Why haven't we seen the security or body cam video? Or is it just more convenient to smear millions of conservatives? Type shit. All day. Every day, guys, with this propaganda. So it's like, I can't really separate the Charlie Kirk actor and the Charlie Kirk influencer from who he might have been in his personal life. Maybe. But you would have had to, like, known him personally, I guess, and known, oh, he's just doing a bit. Distance, about 200 yards. Or at least that's what it said. Let me see if there's an updated distance. I think that's less than 200 yards, though. Okay, shooting at Charlie Kirk is in direct opposition of our values, says Mayor of Orem, Utah. Yeah, because your political side says that it blames the governor and mayors for shootings, so that's why you have to say something stupid like that. No shit, it should be in opposition of your values. The party blames, the Republican Party blames every single crime on like Democrats. If anything, that's been the theme too of like the right wing. They've crafted they have a theme going right now that's been kind of carrying over. They're trying to distract from the Epstein files and the fact that Trump is a pedophile. But they kind of have this theme that they're working with, that the left loves violence. And like they're doing, and like things have been happening to try to push that narrative forward within right-wing propaganda world. But I really think like the theme for the right wing is, because it's a theme. Like you got to realize it's all narratives. Everything's themes. Everything is like narrative packages of like the marching orders of like what is to be said today. And liberals love crime is like their thing right now. That's like their packaged media propaganda is left loves crime. Make that a thing. And that's how conservative media works, and conservatism. That if you want to get a political level, you have meetings to figure out what the narrative is, and then you got to say the same shit. Governor Westmore, I condemn in the strongest possible terms the attack on Charlie Kirk this afternoon in Utah Valley University. As I have said in the past, and as I will continue to say, political violence is never acceptable ever. The First Lady and I are praying for him and his family at this time. From Governor Westmore. Charlie Kirk changed my life. I attended a Turning Point USA's Young Black Leadership Summit in October of 2018. I was 14 at the time, but Charlie told me it didn't matter how young I was. I could fight alongside him in the movement. That's what, oh God, never mind. No, I'm going to say it. No, that's what Epstein and Trump told the same back in like the 80s and shit. I don't care how old you are. From then on, I attended every Turning Point conference every year from 2018 to 2025. I grew up in this moment. I became the person I am today because of the inspiration from Charlie Kirk and his organization. I will never be the same without him, and this country will never be the same either. Never mind. I got to stop myself. He was a husband, a father, a man of God, and a visionary for our nation. I'm seeing that he likes to indoctrinate the youth. Chat, I have my takes. I have my opinions politically. I will never bring them to someone that is underage and be like, hey, left-wing politics, huh? How old are you? Sounds weird. Sounds predatory a little bit. It sounds kind of weird, huh? Like I didn't have it when they're kids. Let them play sports and do whatever the fuck. Play Fortnite. Stop talking about, they don't give a the only reason that they become like this is because of the right-wing influencers, propagandists, and media. Otherwise, at 14, they shouldn't be worrying about freshman year in high school and navigating that. And like studying. Meanwhile, you got Charlie Kirk and others indoctrinating these kids at a young age. Ain't nothing proud or respectable about this. It's weird. Isn't that weird? Could you imagine? These guys believe the first Trump shooter was a professional, even though he was shot several times and missed horribly. And now the second shooter was a professional because he hit and killed in one shot. Wait, what?
It's interesting. We don't know who did this, but I do know it doesn't help the left, which makes me think, is it the left? I don't know. We don't know, but it feels professional.
Oh, weird. Oh, okay, Gutfeld. Oh, is Gutfeld having a moment here? Is he having a moment on TV?
That's all it feels to me.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it ain't right. Yeah, it ain't like those lefties that are just unhinged and can't control themselves and are just out here. No, it was professional. It was an accurate shot. Now you're saying the right things, Gutfeld. Weird. It doesn't feel like it's because it's not, probably. I have no idea. We don't know the facts yet. But no way, like, a regular ass, like, say you just disagree with Charlie Kirk. No, a regular person is not, number one, have any interest in going to shoot him. Two, having the ability to execute that shot and the skill that it takes to do that. It's not like you can just grab a rifle and just start hitting shit because you have the scope and the iron sight on the target. You got to know there's wind involved, and especially where he was shot. It was almost like this just isn't right, man. Something's wrong with this completely. You have to have skill to execute that shot and not like miss. Or for example, when you had the Trump assassination, a thing, which I still think Trump staged that, by the way. And I'm saying, I don't care. I'll say that all day long. But with the shooter, like what Destiny says, the shooter was like missed a bunch of times and like a bunch of shots rang off and didn't hit Trump, obviously, or whatever that Trump had set up for that day. This shooter was professional. Whoever it is, who's still on the run, by the way, unless we have an update, shooter found. Shooting at Kirk, no. Anything new? Anything new? GOP lawmaker angrily accuses Democrats of fueling violence as tensions erupt on the House floor. Wow. Lauren Boebert, of course. Why don't you go just give another hand job to a Democrat with kids around? Why don't you go do that, Lauren? Why don't you go give a hand job to a Democrat in a movie theater? That's all you're good for. Nothing on the shooter still. Press conference is coming. Was he moving or just in place? You talk about Charlie? We got a press conference coming up. All right, we got live stuff happening now.
Bans on assault weapons, so we don't, horrors like we did in, future horrors like we did in Newtown or in Parkland, Florida. So, some people
5 to 10 minutes. He just said
it's impolite or impolitic to talk about policy solutions on
a incident here shortly. That should begin in about 5 to 10 minutes. We're just waiting for individuals involved in this to work their way over to our briefing location.
Okay, so we do have a press conference coming up here.
On the political side,
I want to find one with good audio before it even starts. He was 1 year younger than me, 31 years old. The audio is so bad. Is there something with better audio that isn't scuffed? I got 1 ear audio. We have like a couple of minutes to figure it out. Nope. Right ear. Nice. Anyone with good audio in there? Left ear audio. Nice. Okay. We try to find one here. Or maybe the AP will cut into it. They should. Why is this causing Congress to react and move and kids are killed today? Nothing.
Your reaction to the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
Well, the killing of Charlie Kirk, I mean, it was obviously shocking, the way that happened. And as I said earlier, the absurdity that this is a guy that you can disagree with him. I obviously agreed with him on most things. This is a guy that was trying to open up dialogue and engage in civil discourse across college campuses, and it was part of his appeal, even those that disagreed with him, right? Just engaging in an open debate. And it was extremely popular. And, you know, this is going to be one of those things that, you know, changes some things. I haven't quite yet figured out how or what, but, you know, it's, you know, this one hits. You know, I'm just thinking about most recent conversations with Charlie. About
Did you cry about the kids being killed or no?
different issues, different things. And my son, I was texting with him, and he was a big fan. And he was asking about it, and I told him, I said, stay off of it. He's not on social media, he can't ask it, but if somebody sends him a video or something.
Right-wingers care more about their favorite podcasters and propagandists and news hosts than they do about kids. Never forget that.
Click on all that stuff.
They care more about their favorite liars and then people that craft their narrative for their dumb fuck life. Useless, loser-ass life that they need to turn to Republican political influencers for their daily whatever they need. And that deserves more cries and tears than children being murdered. Incredible.
A breakdown in our ability to band together. We got to do something about that.
How do you turn down the rhetoric?
Cry.
The threat of
Incredible, dude.
Well, I mean, we should be able to speak freely and speak with passion and regard about what we believe without it coming to that. That's the thing. But even just the stuff that wasn't political violence here directed at Charlie, but what Charlie was even talking about as recently as yesterday or probably today, I haven't heard what he said today at Utah or anywhere else, but you know, about what happened to that young Ukrainian refugee in Charlotte. It's insanity. I mean, with the sickness of people on the street, whether it's you know, people that are violent like that man in North Carolina who was, you know, should have been in jail, or whether it's just people that are sick from their political hatred. You got to be able to give me that our founding fathers. I mean, obviously we went through a civil war. Our founding fathers were often at each other's throats. Adams and Jefferson famously, you know, hating each other and then kind of coming to respect each other. Like you either are bound together by something or you're not. And I think we should be bound together by the much greater purpose for this nation. And, you know, that's what I'm going to stand with, and that's how I'm going to move forward with all this. We're here for something bigger and greater than all of ourselves. Charlie lived it, tweeted out 3 days ago about his faith in his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So
I fucking can't. I'm not here in America. I'm not here as a citizen of the United States for Jesus Christ. I'm not. If you believe in religion and you have religious principles and you like that, then go ahead. I do not live my life out for Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I do not.
Just God bless his wife.
And the majority all don't as well.
Two young children.
What does it say that on the floor? I mean, you guys couldn't even get through kind of the prayer without it being a shouting match between folks on there.
Look, there's people on the floor that were very close to me.
Okay, they cut to it. Is this the camera angle? This can't be the camera angle, AP. This can't be the camera angle. Okay. They're figuring it out.
I have to say past tense right now. It's just Charlie was a incredible deep thinker.
Just a minute ago, really quick. Really quick.
A couple months
So cancel this nonsense from this guy. Suspect in Charlie Kirk shooting is in custody. FBI says less than a minute ago. A suspect in the shooting and killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is now in custody. FBI Kash Patel announced. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local state authorities in your Utah partnership with the FBI. The subject for the horrific shooting that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Yeah, we got we're about to. Here it comes. All right. Press conference going live.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah.
This is such a dog shit camera angle. AP, are you kidding me?
12:20 Mountain Standard Time. Political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
You said that they just reported he was found.
With the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack.
Is he at large or?
This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for
this is live. Yeah,
other information.
Live right now.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI.
There we go. Finally.
Thank you.
Thank you for turning on the other audio.
On behalf of President Tuminez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
This is a political assassination?
250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence. That this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago. That we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this.
Do you have him in custody or not?
We will try you.
What is happening?
And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Oh, okay.
Our nation is broken.
Is the shooter at large or not? What is happening?
Recently in Minnesota.
Oh.
We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania.
Oh, now is the time to mention those, for sure.
We had an attempted assassination.
Yeah, do it now.
On a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens.
Oh, fuck yourself.
Pray for his family.
No. We hope the best for their family, honestly, but prayers are not required.
All of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans.
Wow.
With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter?
Thank you.
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right
now. Is it the...
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. Okay. That is correct.
So they have a person of interest.
Who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody?
No, we missed that.
Looking for another shooter or anybody else.
Try to find a way is being interviewed right now.
In custody.
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
You have a person of interest?
It's not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. Okay. That is correct.
Are you still searching
or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you think the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a
roof.
Potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say
they don't know shit.
The investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things. Unfortunately,
you're watching this live press conference from Orem.
Stop talking.
Normally, we were on the air with World News Tonight. We will join.
Why? Why is this happening? Why are you doing that? Why did you just do that? Why did you break in? David Muir is like, you got to see me for 5 minutes.
Just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
Yeah.
So we work together. He has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them.
So how do they not see the shooter?
On campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today.
Bro, this shit is so weird.
For covering this, we will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through
Third one.
normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again,
No, sorry. Hey, no more questions. Hey, do you guys work with Charlie Kirk's security team? Like, what happened? That's all the questions we have for today. Thoughts and prayers.
Ask everyone everywhere to
Pray.
Pray.
Family. Say the words. Say that we're going to pray for it. We're going to pray, and we're going to pray, and we're going to have thoughts, and then we'll have more thoughts, and then we'll pray on those thoughts, and then we'll monitor the situation, and then we'll condemn it. And then I'm going to go play 2K later and try to get over all of this, and then we got tomorrow. And tomorrow's 9/11.
Sending a release out with updates through one channel of
Are you?
information, whether it's DPS or FBI. So please make sure that you fill out the Google form.
Meanwhile, the White House.
To this incident. Thank you.
Okay, we don't need what you have to say afterwards. So they don't, the shooter's still at large, but they have a suspect, a person of interest. This shit's weird. They have a person of interest, but the person's still at large. FBI director saying they have the person in custody. We have a person of interest. Sure. So they're live outside the White House now. Wow, what a day. What a day. There's the official confirmation from Turning Point USA. It's with a heavy heart that we confirm Charlie James Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot that took place during the Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University on September 10th, 2025. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior who suffered and died for Charlie. We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers. We ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity. So that's the official statement from Turning Point USA. Just to refresh everyone's memory, Charlie Kirk calls for his audience to post bail for the Pelosi attacker. If some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. Bail him out and then go ask some questions. Because they were saying the attacker was like the boyfriend of Nancy Pelosi. That was what the right wing was doing after Nancy Pelosi's husband was beat with a hammer. And just to remind you again, do I have the video? Nope, not that one. We don't need to, if you haven't seen the cash, I know, but the press conference said otherwise. The press conference said otherwise. Nancy Mace's first words to reporters on Charlie Kirk's was, "Democrats own what happened today." Wow.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country call panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
By that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Yes, exactly. No, that's different.
Political,
isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
We don't know what condition
Finally.
Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
What a fucking clown. What a bitch. I fucking hate her. I hate her, as always.
No, I'm asking
not at all.
You said the Democrats have
this is on. Democrats own this.
But isn't there a problem with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this 100%.
That's why I like my actual take for real about the Charlie Kirk news is thoughts and prayers. That's my, you want to know, like, Andrew, what do you think about this whole thing? Thoughts and fucking prayers. Actually, we have a major problem on our hands, but when it was specific to Charlie Kirk, thoughts and prayers. We all must pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great bottom. Okay, Gavin Newsom. He's trying to run for president. I'm not. We should all feel a deep sense of grief and outrage at the terrible violence that took place in Utah today. Charlie Kirk's murder is sick and reprehensible, and our thoughts are with his family, children, and loved ones. I knew Charlie, and I admired his passion and commitment to debate. His senseless murder is a reminder of I knew Charlie, and I admired his passion and commitment to debate. His senseless murder is a reminder of how important it is for all of us across the political spectrum to foster genuine discourse on issues that deeply affect us without resorting to political violence. The best way to honor Charlie's memory is to continue his work. Come on, Gavin. Don't undo everything you've been doing with your trying to come together shit. He's trying to run for president, so I get it. But like, no. That is not the fucking sentence to say here. Continue his work. He was a shill for Trump. He would go, his shit was to go and give Trump hats out and Trump merch and do Trump shit and be like a acolyte for Donald Trump. It wasn't like, let me bring you into the Charlie Kirk world. And like, I'm your leader. Maybe that's... I'm going to keep that one to myself for now. He did that for Trump. He was out there doing all that to get people to vote for Trump and be part of MAGA and Trump's shit. It wasn't like he was out there like with his own ideas and he was just regurgitating the same right-wing garbage you see on X. Then he would bring it to the college campus. That's what he would do. And actually, you know what? Steven Crowder started that first. So there's that. Charlie Kirk took it from Steven Crowder. Because Crowder would do that with his change my mind thing he first did, and then he was beat his wife or something. Why are you people such babies? Laughing manically about oppressing people, but someone throws it back and you cry like a little bitch. LOL. Boo-hoo, you're so mean to me and my wife. Man the fuck up, Mr. Blood Sports Debater. Literally. Andrew Wilson, Paleo Christian. Or, Paleo Christ Con. The left is sick. Oh, Destiny? Who's gonna do it? Oof. Spicy one. I don't know, when did you post that one? This is a good time to remind ourselves of the 2 Democratic Minnesota lawmakers who were just shot a few months ago, and Trump didn't lower the flags for them or any school shooting. Literally. There was no moment of silence in the Congress. Nothing. In a war, you will not be a superhero. Your home will burn and your only constant companion will be grief. You and I are just another blood bag that could be taken out by $1,000 drone from people miles away. Shut up and stop trying to get yourself and everyone's neighbors killed. Literally.
That he is such a prominent conservative figure. And this is all happening, of course, in the backdrop of quite a few targeted shootings that we have seen just in the past year or so that have played out. Luigi Mangione, of course, also behind one of those with United Healthcare. What does that say to you about where we are and this, the landscape in which this is all happening?
Well, we've had quite a number of very high-profile targeted assassinations and assassination attempts over the last 18 months. So really a very...
They call back to Luigi and not the assassinations that just happened or the shootings or today with the kids in Colorado. We're so done. We're so cooked. We are so done. They already heard Nancy Mace's dumb. Oh boy. Yeah, corporate media talk, I guess, huh? That's why I had to stop because I'm like, why you're calling back to Luigi? Okay. CBS right wing. Trump says he won't waste time calling Minnesota governor after slayings. I would like it to be up. I'm reposting that one. We interrupt the shooting at a college to bring you the news of a shooting at a high school. Right, that's what happened earlier today on stream. We're gonna break from this campus shooting to the high school, and then you got the elementary church school that happened a week ago, but people forgot about that one already. An unbelievable moment on House floor. What the fuck?
What purpose did the gentlelady from Colorado rise?
And did she say anything about the school shooting in her own home state today? Did she call for prayers for the kids that were killed to the shooter in Colorado, Lauren Boebert, who you represent?
Let's, wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be
You can hear Anna Polina Luna, OnlyFans politician.
in order.
Y'all fucking caused this. That's what she said.
The House will be in order. We will join prayer right after this, okay?
And then they prayed. Remember this. Hey, here's the clip.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. I think it's worth it. I think
One more
it's
time.
worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
One more time. Just dealing with people and their response. Yeah, like my dad texted me about it. He said, sad day for the country. Like, just all types. So I got like so much evil in the world. Satan is pleased but loses in the end. And I'm just like, brother. I said, there's always evil in the world. Got to be on the side of good. I'm just trying to get through this with the people that are right wing. That don't give a fuck about any shootings or any tragedies ever unless it literally involves them personally. Literally, unless it literally involves their favorite figures, like onesies and twosie people that they can pinpoint to be like, wow, this is the worst thing ever. But when you have mass shootings and a large group of children getting murdered in school or wherever that we get murders out here and mass shootings, nothing. Nope, no call to prayer. No, they do call to prayer in a social media post, and that's it. The Congress doesn't stop and pray. The half mass flags don't happen. Fox News couldn't wait to cut this guy up, probably because he's spot on.
They're arresting a guy by the name of George Zim. Yeah, I know the guy. I don't think he did it. I think they arrested the wrong guy. I think whoever did it was a good shooter, a sharpshooter. It was one shot right directly to the heart, and we need to find out who did this. I think there should be a research completely done that took place hours, maybe a day, before anything went on. Who could be there and pull that trigger and do it? And I don't think it was George Zim. He was poor, broke. Maybe he was on medication, a little bit loony mood. Maybe a perfect person to pick and say they did it, but I don't think he did. They were arresting it.
Interesting. If your response is fuck the right or fuck the left, you are the problem. Just a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in. I've given a lot of analysis here, so I'm just kind of like sitting with it for a second. Also looking at my phone and people texting me and shit. Dark day though, overall. Anytime you have a school shooting, whether whoever it is, wherever it is, it's not good. And the only way it will be addressed is if we seriously have a moment where we want to talk about gun violence and how bad it is and how it affects anyone, no matter what your politics are. Clearly, obviously, in the most red state in America. Most red state in America. One of the most right-wing people ever. Murdered. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what your politics are, or what you believe in, or what your religion is, or whatever. Boris Johnson, the murder of Charlie Kirk is a tragedy and a sign of utter desperation and cowardice of those who could not defeat him in argument. Charlie Kirk has been killed for not for espousing extremist views, because he didn't. Okay, get fucked, Boris Johnson. We've had 47 school shootings this year. We have a gun problem. Sitting Republican senators were openly joking about the assassination of elected Democrats less than a day after they were murdered. A father, a husband, son, and man of Christ, a titan of modern conservatism. (1993 to 2025). Same year I was born. All right. I think I need a break from gun violence for a while. I need a break, chat. We had shit this morning, and I was not ready for all this to happen. And we also have geopolitical news happening with Poland, and NATO Article 4 has happened. NATO Article 4 invoked over Russian drones in Poland, so that's happened, which means that NATO is going to have an official meeting. But it's like you have, it's still a big deal though. It's nothing to be like, oh, it's just a meeting, but you can take away that analysis. But overall though, the fact that there is Article 4 being enacted is still like a big deal though, because it hasn't happened yet. It should have happened already, because you've had Russian drones and weapons and missiles going into Poland, Romania many times. So it should have already happened, but this isn't like NATO's now active and like the military's going. It's like they're going to have talks, which is what we've had all the time. So more talks. But it's still like, I'm still not trying to like minimize that. I understand, because people are going to want direct response to Russia, but like the fact that Article 4 is enacted is still something not to like ignore and be like, oh, it was truly nothing. Okay, so you got Article 4, Charlie Kirk is dead, and there was a school shooting today that resulted in the deaths of 3 kids, I believe. Let me see. Let me get the rest of the caller. 3 teenagers wounded. Oh, okay, they didn't die. Thank goodness. 3 teens were critically wounded Wednesday in a shooting at a high school in the foothills of suburban Denver. The shooting was reported around 12:30 p.m. at Evergreen High School in Evergreen, about 30 miles from Denver. It is not clear what led up to the shooting or how the suspected shooter, believed to be a student at the school, was shot. None of the law enforcement officers who responded to the shooting believed to have fired any shots. The shooting happened on school grounds, but it wasn't immediately known whether it was inside the school building. She said investigators don't believe there is any further threat to the community. All 3 teens taken to St. Anthony Hospital in Lakewood, Colorado were shot. The high school, with more than 900 students, is largely surrounded by forest. It is about a mile from the center of Evergreen, which is a population of 9,300 people. Over 100 police officers from around the Denver area rushed to the school to try to help, Kelly said. A 1999 school shooting at Jefferson County's Columbine High School killed 14, including a woman who died earlier this year of complications from her injuries in the shooting. You just had another death from Columbine earlier this year, still, because of the effects. So no deaths, which that's so sick to even think like, oh, we had a school shooting, but hey guys, no one died at this one. They're just critically wounded. And that's the resiliency we get out of that. That's where we're at right now. Is the good news. Well, it is good news. Good for the family, good for the students that they're not dead. But it's sad that that is like the best case scenario is, oh, they didn't die in the school shooting. Not, hey, let's stop school shootings. It's, oh, at least a school shooting happened, but no deaths. That's sad that that is the best case scenario news out of that. And not that the gun violence and school shootings have stopped, or like there's a decline in them. So that's the latest on the Colorado school shooting. Was 3 teens, including suspected shooter, in critical condition. So they do have the suspect as well. A 4th minor was also transported to the hospital. A spokesperson with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office had said. Wendy, thank you so much. Let's go through some of these before I sign out. I'm gonna go and smoke a joint. And then go and play 2K probably. So I can just like, I just need to, I can't play a game I can get into really, like a story game right now. The part of the Bible that says having a firearm is a God-given right in the U.S. Next to part about King Saul demanding to, yep, I read that. CNN is going on about political violence is unacceptable. Trump is pushing political violence across the entire country every day. In the absence of justice, vigilante justice prevail. It's hard to be optimistic we'll be back. He posted he is dead. Netanyahu just wished Kirk thoughts and prayers. Israeli op. The pure should have masturbate. Okay. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, says Charlie Kirk. That is a quote from Sator. Thank you for the 10. Sue Jack sent 50. Charlie has always made the consensus choice to push inhumane rhetoric. I would rather see him accountable for his culpability in pushing suffering, division, and unrest than martyred by a weapon. It's not the answer. Exactly. I agree. No excuse for political violence, no matter who it is, from Steven. Adam said, thank you for the coverage. I appreciate that. SP with the 5. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gene with the 20 gun deaths are unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment, which is a quote from Charlie Kirk. Yeah, it is confirmed. Jason Curling said, thanks for the updates. Big Bang Bosch, different contradiction. Fancy Pants, this guy was definitely hovering Charlie's. Charlie Kirk, you reap what you sow. Label the shooter on the left could be a patsy. Hard to have empathy for them who have no decency. You can just loop that to the next election. Exactly. Appreciate your coverage. It makes me sick how this will be covered in the media. We'll focus on the Utah shooting and forget the child victims and ongoing school shootings. And then Brooke says, I'm broken, but I appreciate you, Merc. I appreciate you guys. I mean, it's the best way we can try to navigate all this right now. I mean, it's all connected to each other. So, I mean, it's everything we've been covering and talking about. It's all reflective of what we're going through and the news that continues to happen. So the best thing you guys can do is keep looking after yourself, look after your family, take care of your mental health, do other activities. Don't just consume news media all day long. Find something else to do. You have to. If you consume news media all day long, especially right now, you're not going to sleep. Your health will deteriorate. You'll have physical complications and it'll suck and life will be even worse. And then you're like in a cycle that you can't get out of for a while unless you have like intervention. So please take a break from the news. Like when I'm done with the news, do not go watch another goddamn stream. Especially if we're covering it for like 4 or 5 hours, like be done at that point. Unless there's something that happens. But like, I know a lot of y'all will go to just the next stream that's staying live with it and take a break. Take a break. Okay. Don't have to come watch my gaming stuff, but you can, or come in or go or do something else. Like just do something else for a while. You need a break. You need a break from the news. I'm telling you, I am telling you to take a break until tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. It's 9/11 anyway, so we'll be talking about that. All right, go smoke a joint, or if you don't smoke, if you're sober, keep going. Shout out to you for being sober, and do all of your activities that you do that help keep you sober, and do that. See you guys on the next one. Hopefully I'll have better news for you one of these days. Well, we'll get to it, but I do appreciate all the support from Mercado Media and the news that we have. So and you can join our Discord server to become a part of our community. We stay updated on all the news stories that happen, so you guys can be a part of that. But thank you again for watching. Leave a like, subscribe to the YouTube channel for more breaking news and events, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care.
Dancing,